Today we begin the sixth in a series of hearings conducted by the joint fiscal committees of the legislature regarding the governor's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2015-2016. The hearings are conducted pursuant to Article 7, Section 3 of the Constitution, and Article 2, Section 31 and 32A of the legislative law. Today, the Assembly Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the budget proposals for housing. I will now introduce the members from the Assembly, and Senator DeFrancisco, Chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, will introduce members from the Senate. We are joined by Assemblyman Keith, Assemblywoman Earlene Hooper, Assemblyman Blake, Assemblywoman Bouchard, and Assemblyman Pichardo, and Assemblyman Oaks. Oh, Keith Wright. I'm so used to it. I only know his first name. I haven't met him long enough. And Mr. Two people. Mr. Ortiz and the young lady. Yes, Senator.
And with us is the chairman of the Housing Committee of the Senate, Kathy Young, and Diane Savino, Senator Savino, and Senator Krueger, the ranking member of the minority.
And we're also joined by Adriano Espaillat, the ranker in Housing, and new Senator Jesse Hamilton from Brooklyn.
I just want to add one addition. We are trying out a new idea from here on in. It is now 20 minutes. The clock says it's 20 minutes to 10. In 1 hour, we will close down anybody coming in. So if you're in your chambers listening to this and deciding you'll come down at 11 o'clock and get online, you won't be able to do it. Because we've found out that a lot of people stay out of the room, listen to us, and then when the time comes, they come in and they keep handing it out. And that's why we end up spending 5 hours on the first two people. And it creates a lot of problems, especially when we end up leaving here at 6:30 in the evening. So, for those that are listening, you have an hour to get here if you wish to talk to the commissioners. And Commissioner, thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning all. Good morning, Chairmans Farrell, DeFrancisco, Young, and Wright, and distinguished members of the legislature. It's an honor to testify before you on the housing and community development portion of Governor Andrew Cuomo's executive budget proposal for the state fiscal year 2015-16. Over the last 4 years, Governor Cuomo, the Senate, and the Assembly have worked side by side to transform New York from a state of despair to a state of opportunity. Together, the governor and the legislature have passed 4 balanced budgets on time, bringing New York from a $10 billion deficit to a projected $2 billion surplus. We've lowered taxes and increased employment. At the same time, the state agencies have found new, more efficient ways to fulfill our missions, ensuring that New York has the most responsive, efficient, and effective state government in the nation. Most importantly, we've made unprecedented investments in affordable housing and expanded opportunities. Today, I'm proud to say that New York State Homes and Community Renewal has just completed one of its best years ever. House New York is the largest commitment in affordable housing in more than 15 years. HCR is making steady progress in its 5-year effort to create and preserve 14,300 homes across the state. In 2014, HCR's Office of Finance and Development set an agency record by financing the creation or preservation of 9,363 affordable housing units, which includes affordable home ownership opportunities to over 1,000 New York families. Loans and capital from HCR leveraged enormous private investment to generate more than $6 billion of economic activity and thousands of construction jobs in our cities, suburbs, and rural communities. All told, HCR has financed over 26,000 affordable housing units in 4 years. These homes are meeting critical needs around the state for moderate and low-income families, but also for vulnerable New Yorkers with special needs, including seniors, veterans, survivors of domestic violence, as well as homeless and disabled families and individuals. HCR's Office of Community Renewal provides $111 million through 13 programs that assisted over 4,000 homes and created almost 900 good-paying jobs. To ensure that housing we finance remains affordable and in good condition for decades to come, HCR's Office of Preservation monitors over 220,000 units across the state. Finally, HCR continues to oversee and enforce the state's rent regulations, overseeing approximately 900,000 rent-stabilized units. Since 2012, HCR has added more than 37,000 units back to rent regulation and recovered more than $1 million to tenants who were unknowingly overcharged. With the 2015-16 budget, Governor Cuomo builds on HCR's accomplishments and continues to make affordable housing and community revitalization a top policy priority for this administration. The executive budget provides $486 million to expand affordable and supportive housing and enhance community development programs around the state. This includes $289 million in capital resources for the third year of the governor's landmark House New York initiative, which includes $60 million to the Homeless Housing Assistance Program administered by the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance. For HCR, this is an increase of $32 million over the last year's resources. Of the $439.5 million for the J.P. Morgan Chase settlement funds, $257 million is programmed for affordable housing and community development. I provided a summary with my written testimony that lays out the details of the J.P. Morgan settlement funds for your convenience. You may not have it now. I think it's being copied and it'll be with you momentarily. A few highlights from the executive budget includes funding for a statewide supportive housing initiative targeting homeless and other vulnerable New Yorkers, an additional $20 million to HCR's Access to Home program that expands eligibility to veterans, and an increase of funds to implement the technology transformation of the Office of Rent Administration that will assist with addressing the backlog of cases and inquiries from both tenants and owners. In addition, there are funding increases to address the preservation needs of Mitchell-Lama properties, $20 million on top of the recent executive budget funding levels for rural and neighborhood preservation companies to be distributed over 3 years from the J.P. Morgan Chase settlement funds, and also through the J.P. Morgan Chase settlement funds, and additional funding to NYCHA to assist with modernization efforts. The governor's executive budget propels New York forward and ensures that our commitment to affordable housing continues to create real and lasting opportunity for vulnerable New Yorkers. We look forward to working with you and continuing our productive partnership on behalf of the people of New York. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. To begin with, Chairman of the Housing Committee, Keith Wright.
Thank you, Mr.
Excuse me, we've been joined by Ms. Prasad, Mr. Kavanaugh, and Mr. Mosley.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Mr. Farrell. And I guess I should have done it before when I was here yesterday, but I guess, and Mr. Commissioner, I think you might be remiss that you did not wish the Chairman of Ways and Means a happy birthday. Yeah, we stopped the redeeming just for
I
that.
did it on
Anyway.
the sidebar.
The sidebar, okay. First of all, Commissioner, I want to say thank you for all of your work that you've done in the past 4 years. I can honestly say that you have brought HCR into the limelight. You've brought it, you've made it alive, you've made it accessible, you've made it transparent, and quite frankly, I don't even remember who any of your predecessors were. So I just want to say thank you for doing a great, great job. Whenever I've had a question, you've always answered it, and whenever I've seen you and your staff at various community meetings all over the state of New York, and I think you've done a fabulous, fabulous job. Thank you for your testimony. And just want to clear, because Otada testified yesterday, And it seems as if that, to me, that there's been some shifting going on in terms of the homeless. Whether OTDA's budgets are being transferred to HCR or OTDA's responsibilities are being transferred to HCR or vice versa. I'm kind of confused on that, so thus making, I don't know, making your numbers go up. Could you explain a little bit about who actually has the budget responsibility, who has the administrative responsibility, who has the programmatic responsibility for homelessness in this state, or homelessness prevention, or what have you? Is it HCR or is it OTDA?
Sure, there's a shared responsibility.
Shared.
Some of the programs, in particular, the Homeless Housing Assistance Program continues to be housed at OTDA. For the ability in order to leverage resources, there are times that we hold the resource, but the continued administration is over at OTDA. Our mission, though, is broad, so we work with a number of our sister agencies in order to bring efficiencies to make sure that we can have successful results in regard to providing housing for any of our vulnerable New Yorkers. So a great working relationship, and I think that the success that we've had in the past will only be just advanced further in the future.
So it's a shared responsibility, if you will, and is that new? It's a new dynamic that's happened between the two agencies, or is there historical experience in terms of doing that?
I'm going to let my Executive Deputy Commissioner,
Sure.
Ted Houghton, go further.
I think that everybody involved would say that the two agencies have never worked more closely together than they do today, and we're really proud of that relationship. At the same time, we have different roles. We do capital financing around tax credits. HHAP, the Homeless Housing Assistance Program, provides capital. Many times we work together on the same project so that we can have a mix of incomes in the housing, some homeless and some affordable for anybody that meets the income eligibility. One of the exciting things that's happening in this year's budget is that there is $27 million coming from us but flowing to OTDA for administration to maintain a rent cap for people living with HIV/AIDS where they will pay no more than 30% of their incomes. And that will be $9 million a year for the next 3 years to ensure that anybody in New York City that's living with HIV/AIDS will not pay more than 30% of their income towards rent.
Commissioner, and I believe it was when you probably first started with HCR, that HCR established the Tenant Protection Unit, which I think has been successful. I would love it to be more successful. I would love to see more money put into it. Could you give us a quick rundown on the progress from the start of when the TPU, Tenant Protection Unit, was started, and how much money and if it has grown? Because I did not see it in the budget here.
Sure. Well, you know, the TPU in its short existence went from 0 employees to 25 under the great leadership of Deputy Commissioner Richard White. And over that time has returned 37,000 units back to the rent rolls because of we realized that there were units that had slipped out of the project because of their aggressive audits. We've been able to put 37,000 back on the books. Also have retrieved $1 million in overcharges for New Yorkers as well. So in their short existence, they've been able to make quite an impact. But during that time—
Short, how long exactly?
2.5 years.
2.5 years, okay.
Yeah. So, and a portion of that time was staffing up. So the ability that they have will only be greater just because now they are fully up and running, know exactly where they're looking, and so it's easy to replicate the success that they've had.
Well, as you know, affordable housing, especially in the city of New York and all over the state of New York, as a matter of fact, is very hard to come by. We are in and I don't think it's a stretch, we are in a housing crisis all throughout the state of New York. Your deputy commissioner talks about the 30% income cap, and that's very important. I remember my grandmother used to tell me, never pay more than 30% of your income for rent. And we have folks paying 30%, 40%, 50%, some folks paying more. God only knows what I'm paying. I don't even know what I'm paying in my income. Anyway, so how much money is behind the tenant protection unit in this year's budget?
The tenant protection unit is part of the Office of Rent Administration's overall budget, and the two are mixed together, so it's hard to extract that, but we can get that information for you.
I'd love to know. I mean, when you first started, I remember hearing the number of $5 million somewhere around, and would like to know, because I think that's something that needs to be published and screamed from the mountaintops as to how much money is in fact behind the tenant protection unit. I see that a big part of this year's budget is a surplus, somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 billion, which mainly comes from J.P. Morgan Chase and other settlements. And certainly, I think in the governor's budget, I think we are using the settlements in terms of good, sound housing policy. However, we have some other monetary settlements, whether it's the Credit Suisse settlement, Bank of Tokyo settlement, the Bank of America settlement, the Bank Leumi settlement, which all has to do with the real estate crisis and the banking crisis that we suffered. And the governor, I think, it was part of the budget, and I think with all those settlements, around $5 billion. And I see that the governor wants to spend about $5 billion on other things besides housing, besides the housing crisis that we're in, whether it's special infrastructure, throughway stabilization, Penn Station access, things of that nature. Would you advocate for more of that money to be used in housing, or is that something that you could see happening?
I think the answer is that the settlements have come from misdeeds to New Yorkers, and the proper way of dealing with that is to make sure that those resources go back to New Yorkers. So there's so many needs, and certainly we'll advocate for affordable housing. But the important thing is that those resources are coming back and being part of a remedy to some of the challenges that New Yorkers across the board are having.
That's a good answer. I'm finished, Mr. Farrell.
Thank you. Senator?
Senator Young, please.
Oh, and we've been joined by Assemblywoman Walker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and it's great to see both of you. I'm glad to have this discussion this morning, and I appreciate Assemblyman Wright asking about the tenant protection unit, so I had some follow-up questions. I heard you say that it's hard to separate out the budget for the TPU from the Office of Rent Administration. There is an $8 million increase for the ORA included in the governor's executive proposal, and our staff has been told by governor's staff, your staff, that that indeed is for the funding of the TPU. So is that the case with the $8 million proposal?
I guess we could provide a breakdown of the $8 million, but there are a number of things that are being used. One is the next step in regard to the digital platform that will be shared by ORA and TPU. So there are a number of things that will be used out of that pot of resources.
What has been the source of funding for the TPU? I know it's been in place for more than 2 years now. What are the sources of funds that you have, and what's the amount that you've expended so far?
We've used reapprops.
We used reappropriations in the past 2 years, and a combination of, I think, appropriations, but why don't we get you that information broken down properly after the hearing, if that would be okay?
Right, so you're saying the funds are reappropriated then?
Prior year reapprops.
In prior years, yes.
Right. And what was the legal basis for the reappropriation? Because I'm not sure the TPU is actually existing in law. So if you could give me information on that, that would be appreciated.
Well, there were reappropriations of agency resources, and it is part of the agency, so that was the rationale behind using those resources.
Thank you. How many of the IA audits has the TPU initiated since it began?
IAIs? Yeah. So
Individualized
those are
apartment
individual
improvements.
apartment improvements.
Right.
And the TPU, I believe, has audited 1,700 of those. Is that correct, Mr. Moore?
900 owners and 1,700 apartments.
1,700? And how does the TPU decide who to audit? What's the criteria?
It's an investigative unit, and so their methods of investigation are not really appropriate for to discuss publicly. We can talk a little bit about it in saying that they take a look at vast swaths of data and they look for any anomalies. And one of the ways that they have been able to bring 37,000 units back into rent regulation is that they have spotted buildings that were in rent regulation for years and years, and all of a sudden were no longer registering. And so they were able to identify those and bring them back into rent regulation.
And just to be a little bit clearer, there are a group of owners as well as advocacy groups that right now are suing HCR in regard to the TPU and the new rent regs. So we're limited because we're in that litigation in regard to the depths of our conversations there.
Okay, thank you. I do have a follow-up question, though. What is the process for an owner to be able to appeal the TPU's activities or decisions?
TPU is an investigative unit, not the quasi-judicial unit that the Office of Rent Administration is. And so the TPU, there's plenty of communication between the TPU and owners. Whenever they want to speak or provide information, the TPU's door is open, and they enter into voluntary settlements with the TPU. If they want to go to the judicial process, then they can go to Office of Rent Administration after that.
Okay, so you've said today there have been more than 37,000 or about 37,000 units that have been re-registered as a result of the TPU's efforts. And can the TPU categorize this information regarding these additional units by building size? Are there ways that you can break down the data? Is there a report that would be available to the legislature on that?
That might be difficult to do, but because of the current system that we use for computers is rather outmoded, but we'll see what kind of data we can get you.
Okay, thank you. Because I have several questions regarding that, but maybe I'll submit those to you in writing, and if you could get back to me on those. One of the questions I had was, I know this is housed in the Office of Rent Administration, and just this past December, the New York State Comptroller issued a report regarding ORA, and some of the key findings were, for example, that it took 6.7 months for complaints just to be assigned to an examiner, with rent overcharge complaints taking an average of 14.8 months, and some as long as 3 years to be assigned. And there's a whole slew of key findings that are along that line. And I guess the question is, you know, the ORA is a complaint-driven system where tenants are able to submit complaints. They have a problem, they have an issue, they want it to be investigated. And so I guess the question is, if you're expending funds on the TPU that is out there just casting this broad net, I'm wondering how the ORA tenant complaints are being handled, and is there a way that you can make them more timely? Because it seems like you're expending money over here when maybe it would be best served finding out the issues that the tenants are having and resolving those issues first.
I think the best way to serve New Yorkers is not either or, it's both. And also, one of the things that we do, and you mentioned the $8 million earlier, having a new digital platform. So taking the manual aspect out of the complaint system. We'd have an automated system that would have triggers to give us an opportunity to kind of know where the problems are. Currently now, a complaint comes in and also goes through the legal process, but more than that, the research in that is driven by going manually to file after file after file. The digital system that we're creating will give us an opportunity to press a button and find out months of information at the press of a punch. So it's very important for us to make that transition so that we can bring ORA and TPU both to the 21st century.
Thank you. I had some questions about the proposed J.P. Morgan settlement fund. One is the middle income housing program, which I'm very interested in, but I was hoping you could enlighten the legislature about your plans to implement the $50 million allocation for that program.
Yeah, we're eager to start this program. I've been at the agency about 5 months, and on my first day, the commissioner told me one of the things that we really are trying to do here is to broaden the eligibility of incomes of the tenants that we're serving. And so $50 million of the J.P. Morgan Chase settlement will be available to us to build housing for people up to 130% area median income. Currently, federal programs tend to focus on 60% area median income. It's about $37,000 for an individual in New York City, much less in other neighborhoods across the state where incomes are not quite so high. But we have a state low-income housing tax credit that goes up to 90% AMI, and now we are hoping to have this new tool to reach people that are in the workforce at 130% AMI. So that will be not just for single buildings, but for buildings that will have a mix of incomes in them as well.
Oh, okay, thank you. Is this going to be a statewide program?
Yes.
Yes, it will.
Statewide, okay.
We understand that New Yorkers are vulnerable and at risk of homelessness, but those who are providing service to them are also vulnerable. So hopefully with this, we can begin to change that and make sure that we can have people who provide service to communities live closer to communities.
Yeah, I have some other questions, but I'll give my colleagues a chance to ask them.
Assemblyman
Come back.
Ortiz, and we've been joined by Assemblywoman Simon.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. And first of all, I would like to also echo what I said before. Thank you very much for the work that you have done, and also for having your doors always open to, not just to myself when I call, but also to our staff in our district office when we need you the most, and especially also to your staff who always been there for them to get the right information in order for us to provide the better services to our constituents in our district. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. My question goes regarding the Mitchell-Lama. Last year budget provided $32 million for Mitchell-Lama rehabilitation out of the mortgage insurance fund resources. What is the status of this project, and can you provide more detail on the affordable housing that has been preserved or created as a result of this investment? And as you know, in my new district, I do represent now the Mitchell-Lama building in Bay Ridge.
Sure.
On the Mitchell-Lamas, we have 165 Mitchell-Lamas, and they're all eligible to leave the program if the owners choose to. We would like to preserve as much affordability as possible. And so the first step was with the House New York program. We were able to get the UDC portfolio from the Empire State Development to be transferred over to HCR so that we can refinance it, rehabilitate these buildings, and preserve their affordability for another 40 years. And we're very proud of what our Finance and Development Division has done with this under the direction of Marianne Zucker, the Deputy Commissioner of Finance and Development. We've been able to close on financing on 10 Mitchell-Lamas already, and we are going to have 5 more before the end of this fiscal year. That's equivalent to 2,798 units that will be preserved for another 40 years of affordability. And then by the end of the year, I think we get to 3,700 and just slightly under 1,000 more units in the next few months. That's for the UDC portfolio. In addition, under the JP Morgan Chase settlement, we are putting another $50 million towards other Mitchell-Lamas, both state and city sponsored, so that we can preserve those as well. And we're going to do as much as we can. That's one of the great successes of the House New York program.
And I think last year, Senator Espaillat kind of asked how we were tackling it. We were getting to those that were in most critical disrepair, which we took that in the first tranche, and now we're getting through the rest of them, which were not in great condition, but in better condition than the first ones that we took on.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my other topic is regarding the neighborhood and rural preservation programs. And you know those programs are very helpful to community like the one that I represent. As a result, that they provide some technical assistance. They do tenant assistance, they do other activity, home buyer counseling, and so on and so forth. And I understand that has been $6 million appropriation in addition increase on this program. My question is not so much about the $6 million that has been increased, but how the DHCR will budget for the out years. We can talk about short term, but we need to make sure that we have a planning action for the out years where we repeatedly don't have to come back or the budget get hit over it, so we have to cut this program that really help the needed of our own community.
Well, we share your thoughts there. They're critical partners for us. I think that the MPP and RPP agencies are our first line of understanding what the particular interests are. As you know, New York State is a big state, and every 50 miles, it's almost like it's a different state. So because of our partnership with those, we're able to understand and put the resources together in order to make those regional type of differences that we need to do. So we can continue to see them as a priority in regard to our bucket of resources.
Thank you, Commissioner, and again, thank you and your staff for the job well done and for always, and I hope all the commissioners can learn from you that when you mean to say something about make a call, and I'll be there for you, that they will be able to be there for us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your fine work and your dedication to this important state agency. As you know, Commissioner, in the last 15, 20 years, the city of New York has lost thousands of rent-regulated units. And ever since we began to lax our rent regulations and to make them weaker, the city has seen a hemorrhage of losing significant numbers of rent-regulated units throughout the 5 boroughs. Do you know how many does your office have an idea, let's say in the last 10 years, how many units of rent-stabilized apartments we've lost in the city of New York?
We can get to that information over the
that
last 10 years.
In the last 10 years.
Yes, we can. But I think the good news here is that since the creation of the TPU and since some other innovations at ORA, we are actually now adding units to the rent-regulated stock in the last 3 years.
We would like to have the number of units that have been lost in the last 10 years. We've heard as high as 200,000 units. That is a significant amount of units for the city of New York. And I think that there are 2 areas within your agency that are doing a good job and could do even a better job at preserving those rent-stabilized apartments. And they have been the subject already of discussion here among our members. First, let me congratulate the TPU for the work you've done in my district. You've done some significant work in making sure that, we get back some of those units, that we focus on some of the bad actors out there that are taking advantage of the very lax rent regulation laws that we've been passing in the last decade and a half. And the TPU, I think, is one of those units that could help us get more of those rent-regulated apartments back. The other, obviously, is the Office of Rent Administration. And so for the TPU, are you aware of a lawsuit litigation that's going on that's challenging the legitimacy of the TPU?
Yes.
Yes, we're
Yes,
aware.
we're aware.
Okay. So there is an effort out there to eliminate one of the strong tools that the state has to preserve rent-regulated apartments. And so, I'm a strong supporter of the TPU. So how much money has been allocated again for the TPU this year?
As we said, we will get you that information.
Okay. So there is no dedicated budget line in the budget, in the governor's budget for the TPU?
No, it's grouped with ORA and part of a total ORA resource.
Yeah, it's rent regulation.
And so ORA has been increased by $8 million, right? The budget in the Office of Rent Administration has been increased by $8 million. And so can you say that $8 million will go towards the TPU? Is that your projection?
No, that's not the case because, again, the digital platform that we spoke about, and you and I have spoken about it before, is also a portion of that increase in the ORA budget.
Okay, so in your assessment, if we've gotten back 37,000 new units, what would it take to bring back 100,000, half of what we lost? How much funding would it take for that to occur?
I'm not sure that we'd be able to figure that out. I don't know that that's knowable.
Okay, and let's go now to the other tool that I think that we have within your agency to try to maintain and recapture those units that working families and middle-class families have lost in the city of New York, which is the Office of Rent Administration. And as my colleague, the chairwoman of the Housing Committee stated, the controller just put out a report highlighting the delays that tenants have to wait, time they have to wait to get an answer from such a unit. What is the current funding for that unit right now? Is it $38,000? $38 million?
For the
Office of Rent Administration.
We'll get you that information.
Well, let me just go through some numbers that I have, and perhaps this could shed some light. In the year 2010 to 2011, the office was funded at $42 million. 11-12, $37 million. And since then, it's been consistent at 38. And so we know that with this level of funding, according to the New York State Controller, the actual wait time that tenants have to struggle through is unacceptable. We've heard from our chairwoman state that, in fact, it's just too much, and so we need additional funding for this particular unit. So, my proposal is that that will be increased. That particular line will be increased. And, of course, the tenant protection unit, which has a different dynamic to it, more of a legal dynamic to the work that's being done to recapture these units, as opposed to the bureaucratic, administrative nature of the Office of Rent Administration, I think is equally necessary. These are two important units within HCR to help us, the City of New York and other places across the state, help recapture the potentially 200,000 units that have been lost because of our very lax and weak rent laws in the last decade and a half. Now I want to go to the neighborhood preservation and rural preservation part of the budget. Is there a dedicated funding stream for this particular programs? Where is the money coming from?
Yes, so there's a $12 million baseline funding, which provides about $59,000 a year to 204 organizations. In this budget, we are applying $20 million from the JP Morgan Chase settlement funds over the next 3 years to increase that amount. We haven't worked out all the details yet. We're hoping that you will pass the budget as it is stated here, and we'll be able to apply that money to these important groups. We're hoping to get the groups back up to somewhere around $90,000 each, as opposed to the $59,000 baseline. We're also, if we can, we would like to expand it to new groups, because we know there's a lot of worthy neighborhood groups out there. And I have to say that it really is because of the advocacy of the Assembly and the Senate for these groups and this program that we're able to do this. So
And it's
appreciate
part,
your concern.
it's
Not
part of
only
the
worthy
funding
groups, but also some underutilized, underserved areas too across the state.
Thank you. Is part of the funding coming from the mortgage insurance fund?
Yes, we are funding this with the mortgage insurance fund money. There's a total of $75 million coming from the mortgage insurance fund to fund housing programs here.
But that's not a dedicated permanent funding stream in a budget. That's an entity that is available now but may not be available tomorrow, could be available tomorrow.
But
It's
the
not a
20
funding line in the budget itself.
It's the mortgage insurance fund insures mortgages and insures capital projects that we do. It needs to keep a certain balance in order to maintain its AA bond rating. But there is a funding, it gets funded from the revenues from the mortgage recording tax. And as that money flows in good economic times, as we are on an upswing now, that there's money that we can pull from that entity and fund other state operations. And so we are fortunate that we've got the $75 million plus the $20 million from JP Morgan Chase, which will be over 3 years. We're very confident that we're going to be able to fund these programs consistently and into the future.
Thank you. I have other questions, but my time is up, so I'll ask them the second round. But thank you both for being here with us today.
Assembly?
Thank you. Assemblywoman Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, Mr. Commissioner, I concur with Keith as to there's Keith and then there's Oprah. First names carry a lot of support and dignity. Anyway, I concur with Keith as to the exceptional, outstanding work that you have brought to this issue of housing as you have led the Commission on Housing. I just want to I'm going to make a statement and then I'm going to ask a question pertaining to something that is very, very important to not just my district, but I think it has impacted several, especially districts in the city of New York and otherwise statewide. I see where the executive budget has provided $486 million to expand affordable and supportive housing, enhance community development programs around the state. What I would like to really discuss and to ask you is in reference to the undocumented, unaccompanied immigrant youth who have been housed in conditions that are non-conducive to achieving the minimum of success for their potential, and who are living in conditions that would in no way alleviate what they are experiencing as new arrivals. In some instances, 20 to 30 youths living in one-family housing, and some living in basements that really are not designed for human habitat, unsafe, and certainly non-conducive towards a child being able to achieve, as I stated, his or her maximum potential. I also would like to discuss as to whether or not how these students are sometimes designated as homeless rather than as they're having arrived unaccompanied and undocumented. My question is, how is HRSC going to react, or what is the plan to address this crisis?
That's a great question and a very difficult population to work with. We continue to work with our sister agencies, mainly the Office of Children and Family Services, in order to come up with better remedies. Also extended in that are young people who have aged out of foster care as well. Fortunately, my right hand here, Executive Deputy Commissioner Ted Houghton, comes from the supportive housing world. Prior to coming to our agency, he was the Executive Director for the Supportive Housing Network for New York. And so our remedy, Ted will be a part of that, being that he has been involved in that world for a number of years. So we don't have an exact program right now, but we are aware of the severe challenges in that special population.
In closing, where do you suggest, as you are in the process, when I say you, I mean the agency is in the process of looking at this crisis, where do you suggest and how do you suggest I proceed as these youth are currently living under these arduous conditions? Where do you suggest and how do you suggest that I proceed?
Sure. Ted, can you?
I would really like to have a conversation with you, and let's try to identify the problem and figure out what kind of solutions we can do. One of the things that we are proposing this year is a new statewide supportive housing initiative to build 5,000, to create 5,000 units of supportive housing over the next 5 years. And that is based on the New York agreements. This would be the fourth one. The previous New York 3 agreement had a specific set-aside for youth aging out of foster care and youth coming out of institutions. And that is certainly something that we could discuss. The populations that are going to be targeted by the new initiative have not yet been determined, but we'd like to hear from you about the need and try to figure out some solutions that are really going to work for these youth.
Thank you, Connie. I shall be reaching out to you because we do need help on this issue. Again, Commissioner, and I also concur with Keith.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator?
Senator Diane Savino.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Good morning, Commissioner. I want to talk about two housing programs in New York City. You know, it seems to be all New York City all the time here, but I just have to focus a bit on one program which I think has probably been the only successful housing program government ever initiated, and that's the Mitchell-Lama program. And the other one, unfortunately, is floundering in the city of New York. It's the largest landlord in New York City, and that's the New York City Housing Authority. So I know you said earlier that there are 165 Mitchell-Lamas currently left in the city of New York. A few years ago, we had a problem with many of them coming out of the system. They were prepaying their mortgage. They were attempting to move them out of the Mitchell-Lama program, converting some tenants to Section 8. We had the situation with sticky vouchers. That seemed to have slowed down, part of it in part because of the collapse of the housing market and the financial markets. But some of those Mitchell-Lama developments are at the end of their mortgage. Their 30 years is up. Many of those properties, while they have remained affordable and want to remain affordable, they're also suffering from, you know, they're 30-year-old buildings. They're very large complexes. They have complicated, you know, capital needs. And I'm curious as to whether or not there's a commitment to help some of these developments with some of their capital needs so that they can remain a successful affordable housing program in New York City.
Sure, and that's the impetus towards the governor's House New York, where that number of Mitchell-Lamas that you mentioned, some are city, some are state, but we are focused on the state Mitchell-Lamas and have purchased the old UDC Mitchell-Lama portfolio in order to put the type of attention to bring them back to a state of good repair. So it is a commitment of the governor, and as we have been going down the process, we think that we will be successful. Fortunately, there are landlords that want to continue in the program, and that is the first step. And we'll work with them in order to find out what kind of resources we can do in order to extend the periods of affordability for the Mitchell-Lamas. I agree, they are a tremendous resource, and it's a shame whenever we let any of them slip out of our hands.
Has there been any discussion about creating new Mitchell-Lamas going forward? You know, the IDC, we put forward a plan last year about Mitchell-Lama 2020, building on the fact that it has really been the only successful government housing program has been the Mitchell-Lama program. Has your agency given any thought to the future of Mitchell-Lama and bringing the idea, if maybe not the exact same program, but a similar program back to the housing market?
Well, I think one of the programs that we're rolling out this year is the middle income program that we spoke about before. So, and I think that the population that program is designed for is the Mitchell-Lama population. So, have not been able to come up with a new Mitchell-Lama program, but certainly we understand the needs of that community, are trying to address it in this year's budget.
Well, I certainly look forward to hearing the details about that and working with you. And finally, on the New York City Housing Authority. I have 15 housing developments in my district, and I will tell you, each and every one of them is in deplorable conditions. And this is not a knock on the people who work in the Housing Authority, but it is an incredibly mismanaged agency. The new commissioner is a lovely woman, and I think she's sincere and her heart's in the right place, but I think she may have bitten off more than she can chew. Quite frankly, I'm a little concerned, though, about the plan to just give them a chunk of the J.P. Morgan settlement money, because I would say almost every one of us who represents a community where you have NYCHA developments, we've allocated money to them for all sorts of improvements, and the money just seems to disappear. You never actually see the improvements. So I'm concerned that if we just give them the money without it being pegged to a specific purpose and some ability to determine that they're actually going to do the needed work, whether it be the elevators or mold remediation. Some of the conditions that we have people living in public housing are deplorable, and we really, it's outrageous what we allow them to continue to suffer under. So I think if we're going to give them a chunk of money, they're going to have to be accountable to us, and they're going to have to really show improvements in the conditions for our constituents in every NYCHA development across the city. And I would hope that that would be something that you guys would require before you give them any more money.
We
Thank
share
you.
your concern.
Thank you. Assemblyman Blake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being with us, and also gratitude to the Ways and Means team in getting us ready for today. Several questions, two which are a follow-up on Assemblyman Ortiz's questions. First, can you just give just more clarity on the difference of the two proposed Mitchell-Lama initiatives here, the repair and revitalization and then rehabilitation? How is that practically differing in how it would be implemented?
So the first program I think you're referring to is House New York, and we are now entering into year 3 of the House New York initiative, where we transferred in June 2013. We transferred the title of 44 properties over, or management of those properties over from ESD to HCR. Of those 44 properties, 35 of them we found needed to be refinanced and rehabilitated. And we gave ourselves, the governor gave us strict orders to get this done in 5 years. We have done 10 so far. We've got 5 more coming to finish closed on financing by the end of this fiscal year. We are on target to get to that and get all 35 of those back into a healthy condition and remain affordable for the next 40 years. Outside of the UDC portfolio, there are many other Mitchell-Lamas that were sponsored by the city and the state. They need help too. They're not as in bad condition as the UDC portfolio because the financing standards that were used at the time were stricter and made for stronger buildings, but they still need help. And so we are asking for $50 million of the J.P. Morgan Chase settlement funds to be used for this purpose, to identify Mitchell-Lamas that need priority help in fixing whatever it is that they need, whether it's boilers, roofs, walls, we will do it, and we plan on moving that money as quickly as possible. It will leverage bonds, it will leverage private investment through tax credits, and we will be able to maintain affordability in those buildings for years to come, decades to come.
Definitely would love to make sure we follow up afterwards. I represent Concourse Village. We have more than 1,800 units, 6 buildings, 24 floors, so I'm interested in that particularly. Second, just as relates to these respective new initiatives from New York 4 all the way down to the CDFI, how did the allocation be created? Essentially, we're going from 0 to 116 all the way to 0 to 15. I'm not seeing much of a rationale of how those actual numbers were determined for these respective programs.
Can you repeat the question again?
So essentially, for New York 4 supportive housing, middle income housing, Mitchell-Lama repair, ESD, LINK, et cetera, there are several new initiatives, but the rationale in terms of how the numbers were actually created for these initiatives is not very clear. So how did you come up with these proposed allocations?
A large portion of it is about what we can leverage. And so the number itself is not the key thing, but it's how we leverage it with our other resources in order to accomplish the many things that we have. The merged entities of all these housing agencies is a great thing because we're able to kind of work together. So the formula, although not exact science, is built so that we will be able to have the resources in order to be successful.
And last ones, very briefly, as obviously 421A is going to be a critical conversation this year, regardless of where things end up. I just want to be on the record. I think it's important that there's an MWB component in some form or fashion as it relates to these developments. We can't continue to be providing resources and the communities that have the chance to grow an economic opportunity not incorporated in that manner. And then last two things. One is piggybacking on Senator Savino's comment as it relates to NYCHA capital repairs, just more clarity in terms of an accountable plan, what happens with that, from Webster houses, Morris houses, forests, et cetera. We have a plethora in our district, more than 11,000 itself, and just concern about us giving resources, what the plan could be, and getting your response on that. And then lastly, how can more nonprofits become part of the MPP portion? It seems right now it's a grandfathered program in many ways. There are a lot of phenomenal nonprofits that should be considered as well, so getting your responses on those items would be great.
Sure. I'll start with the last one and then go to the first one. Certainly, we understand that since the program was created, that certainly needs have shifted, new areas have popped up. So hopefully with this expansion, we'll be able to have discussions and have some agreements in regard to how we can target some areas that were left behind, not only in the city, but also throughout the suburban and rural New York as well. We share your concerns about NYCHA, but we also see the tremendous need. So this investment, certainly we hear you loud and clear. We'll follow its evolution, but I think that we agree that our friends over at NYCHA certainly need some support. Is it all financial resources? Maybe not, but we will certainly watch how this investment goes and see how we can partner in the future. We can never create enough housing in order to deal with the challenges that New Yorkers have. So anywhere that we can play in regard to preserving affordable units is also something that we have to be committed to do.
And to piggyback on something that was mentioned earlier to Deputy Commissioner Ted, as it relates to supportive housing, I'm not sure if this will be you or as it relates to the city, but the notification that occurs as it relates to the homeless community, supportive community, especially within our district, is pretty lax, to say the least. In many instances, there are communities that are coming in, and the community has no idea that that's actually occurring. So we'd love to figure out a follow-up mechanism to discuss that as well. Aware of the need and aware that resources have to go there, but there has to be a better system in terms of how the community that's already living there is aware of this occurring as well.
It's very important to us that communities welcome all the housing that we build, and we want to hear from you, so we will talk with you and see how we can do that better.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined by Assemblywoman Robinson. Senator?
Thank you. Senator Jesse Hamilton.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Towns, Deputy Commissioner Holton. I just want to say it's always a pleasure to see you. Your agency has always been helpful in our district. We had a town hall meeting. Your agency was there with a full complement of staff to assist our residents in our community. So I just want to say thank you for the good work you've been doing in the 20th Senatorial District. As you know, I have a large housing development, NYCHA, in Brownsville, which has the highest murder rate in New York City. And I've walked through every development myself, from the top floor to the first floor, and some of the conditions are way below par there. Dimly lit stairwells. As you know, a young man was shot by an NYPD officer for walking in a dimly lit stairway. And I see you've allocated $25 million for capital repairs for NYCHA. And I'm just trying to find out for the modernization, you have 178,557 units in NYCHA. You do that, if you take that per unit, that's $140 per unit for modernization. I'm just trying to find out what the $25 million is going to be allocated to for capital repairs in NYCHA.
Yeah, it's not to fill in the whole hole, but I think it's support. And I think that as we're hearing from others, we'll monitor this support, and maybe it'll be an effort that will grow down the road. Speaking to your district, one of the things that HCR will be involved with, and maybe we should follow up with you, is Marcus Garvey houses,
Right.
where we're taking a holistic approach, working with the city in order to make changes. I think the plan is that starting at that center, that then we'll also go out and look at the perimeter houses. A lot of those are NYCHA, so probably need to take the opportunity to update you on that plan that we have in that part of Brooklyn.
Thank you, Commissioner. My second question is Mitchell-Lama. A large part of your budget is going to capital improvements, maintenance for Mitchell-Lama. I'm just trying to find out how long are these owners going to stay in Mitchell-Lama, and what percentage of funding will the owners give towards modernization? You know, we don't want to give them a lot of money, and then 20 years from now they opt out the program. In my district, Tivoli Towers, we're having problems with the vouchers, Section 8, sticky vouchers, and rents have gone up from $900 a month to $1,500 a month. So there's a lot of stress, distress of many of my constituents of affordable housing, of finding a place to live. So I'm just trying to figure out how much money are the owners giving towards modernization, the percentage-wise versus what we're giving them.
Percentage-wise?
Yes.
How much?
How much money are we to the capital?
So the capital that we're putting $50 million of capital towards the Mitchell-Lama stock that's outside of the UDC portfolio, and then I believe it's another $42 million this year to the UDC portfolio. However, I think the important thing to point out is that this money then leverages other money, bonds, tax credits with private investment, owners' contributions, and we're able to do it leverages so much more than just that amount of money that it really makes the difference. And we'll be working with our partners in the city, we'll be working with the owners, and we're just going through the portfolio and making sure that we can have it for another generation.
Thank you, Ted. My next question is, in 2014, you created 1,000 units of affordable ownership. And I think that's the way to go. Instead of affordable housing, affordable ownership. God bless a child that has his own. There was a Nehemiah project, as you're well of Commissioner Towns, where people bought properties for $60,000. Now they're being sold for more than $300,000. And you have a generation wealth transfer that takes people from lower middle class to the middle class and beyond for their families. I want to know, we're going to have $91 million in capital improvements or new construction. Can we allocate more money for funding for affordable ownership? You don't have a problem with gentrification when you own. I don't mind gentrification if you're going to pay me $1 million or more for my property. So I think the future, and people have pride in ownership, in owning their own properties, So I am a true believer in affordable ownership versus affordable housing, because you stabilize communities, people take pride in their communities and what they're doing, and you have longevity. When you have affordable ownership, depending on Mitchell-Lama, they want to opt in, opt out. People are always fearful of where they're going to be living at on the long term. So do you have any expansion of affordable ownership housing in the next year?
I probably think that that question goes back and is connected to the MPP, RPP question, because it's about our partners. We unfortunately don't do the construction, but we work with great partners, and I think that as developers come to us with these ideas, we're always willing to partner on home ownership as well. In New York City, of course, you know, our challenge is space. So we're looking at how we can retrofit and maybe take that Affordable Housing Corporation and apply it to a vertical model as opposed to the success that we had in Nehemiah, but to look at ways that we can expand on home ownership. We also think that that's a critical need for New Yorkers.
Yes, Commissioner Chan, you're right about the vertical expansion, and you know we do have subsidies for developers, but it seems like most of the subsidies are not going towards affordable housing. They're more like luxury housing under the 421A exemption, the 80-20 rule, which I don't believe in. I don't think we should have a 421A for market housing. It should be for affordable and low income. So hopefully, I wish in the future we can look at creative ways to use subsidies from the state and federal government and the city to provide affordable ownership. You know, so we're going to build, we should be able to build to stabilize neighborhoods, not build and have people who've been living there for a prolonged period of time being displaced with subsidies from their own tax dollars. So I look forward to working with you and hopefully introducing legislation that will preserve the residents who have been living in the community, first and foremost with affordable ownership, and then with second, with affordable housing. Because if we're giving subsidies for people to build, it shouldn't be to displace people in the communities they've been living in for generations, especially in my neighborhood, Crown Heights. You have people building luxury housing and with subsidies, and the basic rent for a studio apartment is $2,200 per month. That's on Eastern Parkway and Franklin Avenue. 87% of people in my community cannot afford to pay $2,200 a month for a studio apartment. So I have to fight for my community, and others will fight for our community to make sure we maintain the diversity in the neighborhoods that made New York City and Brooklyn what it is today. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you. Next, Assemblyman Pichardo.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, Executive Director Houghton. Appreciate you gentlemen taking out the time and giving us a little bit more clarity in terms of the governor's budget. I have a few questions. First of all, let me throw out some numbers. So the AMI for the borough of the Bronx is roughly about $45,000 for a family of 4. In my district in the West Bronx in the 86, it's roughly $17,750 for a family of 4. When we talk about eligibility for low-income housing, I think that the formula is not only, it's probably a little skewed in the sense that the folks who need it the most have the most difficult time accessing these resources. So my question to you is there anything specifically in the budget that the governor proposed that expands the eligibility or the range for folks to apply or be eligible for affordable housing, especially the constituency that I represent in the Bronx?
We use a lot of federal resources. We leverage a lot of federal resources with the state funds that you legislate to us. Those federal resources tend to dictate the area median income that they're targeted towards, usually around 60%, sometimes 50, sometimes 80% area median income. That often doesn't allow us to reach the people who really need it. You know, everybody, we have so much need at so many different income levels. One of the ways that we can address that is by using rent subsidies. The Section 8 program, also a federal program, is a very useful tool, but We don't have as much as we'd like, but that is one of the things that we're trying to do here with the $116 million for the New York 4 Supportive Housing Initiative. That's providing funds that will provide both operating and services support for very low-income people, and it will allow us to use these federal resources, yet reach people that are at 30% and even lower AMI. And so those are the challenges that we're up against, but we're always trying to figure out ways that we can stretch dollars, reach deeper income targeting, and we'd like to hear more from you, talk about this, and see where we can do that even better.
Absolutely, and secondly, towards that point, in terms of vulnerable populations, I think probably the most vulnerable population that I serve are seniors. And in my experience, usually the seniors who come into my office, their biggest complaint is, one, they're capped in terms of their earning potential. They're on fixed incomes, and also the idea that either they're being pushed out of their homes by certain practices from certain landlords, or just the fact that their rent, even if it's rent stabilized, it keeps going up, their eligibility and their income stays the same, and there's no COLA either through the federal or through the state. And the resources for them to finding housing, is very limited. So my question is, my statement and a question, I think we need to do more in terms of creating more housing specifically for seniors. And secondly, I know that, the bank settlement money is sort of a one-shot deal, but I think we need to sort of create a more sustainable funding formula for these particular housing and these individuals who have such high needs. So my question is there a plan moving beyond the one-shot deal, which is the bank settlements, to continue to fund these programs in the outer years?
The bank settlement money will allow us to reach the 5,000 units over the next 5 years and will provide us adequate funding for services and operating for those units in the next 5 years. But the commitment goes on, and we will make sure that folks are able to stay in their homes and will continue to get the services and supports they need, just the same way as we have done it with the previous New York agreements.
And finally, I want to commend Senator Savino for 2 points. One, we should expand and increase Mitchell-Lama housing. In my district, we only have, I believe, 3 units of Mitchell-Lama housing, one to the north, one to the east, and one to the west. But secondly, something that the senator said as well is that if we, NYCHA, I agree to a point that it hasn't been as managed as well as it should be. And especially the populations that it serves, they feel that they're swimming against the tide to have their kitchens painted or plastered. And I think that I concur with Senator Savino that we need to create some sort of mechanism to keep NYCHA accountable, or create timelines if we give them money through the state budget. My colleague in the City Council, Councilmember Richie Torres, who's the chair of Public Housing, has taken on this mantle, on this fight, and I want to commend him. But besides the City Council and Councilmember Torres, I think that the state can do a little bit more in supporting in that endeavor. So, with that being said, I yield my time and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Krueger.
Good morning, gentlemen. So you used some numbers in your budget testimony, and I've been looking at the actual budget, and I'm still a little confused. So in your testimony, let me just pull open your testimony, sorry. There's $486 million to expand affordable and supportive housing, which includes $289 million in capital resources, and of the $439 million from J.P. Morgan Chase settlement funds, $257 million, I guess included in the $486, is programmed for affordable housing and community development. But when I add up what's already been committed in previous years to existing programs and substitutions for not seeing increases or continued funding for those, I think it's only $32 million new money. Is that correct?
32 million new money for which area?
In total for housing programs in your budget?
I mean, it is, as the commissioner said in his testimony, it's $32 million over last year. But I think that the really important piece of information for me is look at what we've been doing. We've got, for years and years, HCR's budget was, capital budget was $74 million. For years and years, it hovered around that. And then with House New York and with additional increases, we added $17 million, and then we added $75 million under House New York. We are now we are talking about $166 million that HCR is going to spend this year in capital funding. That's more than twice as much as the historic levels for HCR. And that, I think, is really the takeaway. We are growing the budget. There's more capital than ever. We just concluded our record year in 2014, and that really is where it just comes down to.
So we've historically done terribly on anything for housing, and this year we're going to go up $32 million.
I think we're doing better.
So we're doing better. Mathematically, I agree. 32 million more is better. But there's a housing crisis. Everyone here has already said that. So, oh, you haven't, because you haven't spoken yet. But Syracuse is having a housing crisis, and you will point that out when you get to speak. There's over $640 million in the J.P. Morgan settlement deal. And as I read the settlement, it's supposed to go for housing-related activities and to deal with issues of people risking or having already lost their housing because of a crisis that was created by bank activity. The other settlement funds, many of them also were correlated to bad actors in banking specific to housing, but it's the J.P. Morgan stipulation that is specifically that the money should be used to deal with housing. So if there's $640 million over several years, $80 million of which was supposed to be spent last year, we put it in the budget as an MOU, it was never completed. Is the $257 million of J.P. Morgan settlement funds that you reference in your testimony include the $80 million from last year and this year's share? And will it all be spent in theory or allocated this year?
I don't want to answer off the cuff. We'll get you that information. Some of this money was, as you said, was passed last year but was never allocated. There was no MOU, but we will get you all that information and show you exactly what the breakdown is.
Okay. Because trust me, in these budget hearings, people have and will continue to come through with their excellent proposals for how the state ought to spend its $5.4 or $5.8 billion in settlement funds over some period of time. But I think that a heavy priority should be investment in housing, both preservation of existing, avoiding homelessness, helping homeless people get back into housing, and expansion of new affordable housing. And I sincerely worry that there's too much smoke and mirrors about where the money will and will not go. And while $32 million is going up, we need to do much better for you so that you can do much better for the people throughout the state of New York. Sorry, just jumping around. The federal government seems to be talking about increasing Section 8 for the first time in a long time. Do you actually believe there's any chance you're going to see that money, and how will that impact, how do you project that will impact New York State's allocation of Section 8?
Well, recent conversations in Washington, I think, have been encouraging, not only about Section 8, but about funding programs that have been left dormant for years. So we're encouraged by the conversation, but of course, we have to wait and see when the check will be delivered.
So we don't have a projection if the proposal that the president has put out goes through, New York State will get X additional. You don't know what that X is?
We actually just calculated that yesterday when we saw the president's budget and we had our staff work on it, so I can get you that information. I don't have it with me right now.
Okay.
But if the president's budget is passed as it is proposed,
I know
we
it's
can
an
tell you how
interesting
many
sentence,
Section
and none
8s
of
we
us
would
get to help him. although we could all try. But yes, I would be very interested in that number. Going back to that 32 million. So the governor had already proposed a 5-year plan of creating 14,000 additional units of affordable housing. How much above that 14,000 are we now going to get because of the 32 million new?
I'm not sure exactly the question.
So he had a 5-year plan for housing. That was, we want to build 14,000 units of affordable housing. And now this year, when he made that statement, we didn't have the settlement fund. So now this year, you said we have 32 million new. I'm just wondering how many additional units we get to add on to that 14,000 unit commitment.
I don't know what the exact calculation is, but we can certainly try and get that for you. I know that we did over 13,000 units of housing last year in 2014, and over 9,000 of those were affordable units. And so we are building on it. I was really impressed by the governor's announcement for House New York 2 years ago, and the fact that he keeps adding capital dollars to the budget on top of that is impressive to me. And now we are talking about significant new resources with the J.P. Morgan Chase settlement money. So the fact is that we're working as hard as we can to get units built, to finance these and get them out the door.
You did 9,000 new units last year?
9,000 units that are both, that's both created and preserved, so.
Okay, so can you break down what were preserved versus created?
We can. It's generally about half and half, I believe. Is that correct? But we can
She's
get you those
shaking her head,
exact
yes.
figures.
Okay, thank you. Where am I in time? I will have a second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your testimony today. I want to go back to this, to the question of the TPU and just more generally talk about rent regulation, because, you know, we obviously have a philosophical difference about whether tenants should be protected from landlords who are engaging in corrupt and sometimes illegal behavior. There are 37,000 units were brought back into deregulation, into regulation by investigations initiated by TPU. I just want to understand, that is, you mentioned that comes from a review of IAI claims, individual apartment groups. Are there other, is that an aggregate of all different kinds of findings of the TPU, or is it particular to IAI's?
It's actually two.
Yeah, no, the IAI is a separate issue. The 37,000 units were brought back into rent regulation. They used to be registered, and then all of a sudden they weren't. And TPU went looking proactively and found that buildings that were supposed to be registering that were no longer doing that, and went to the landlords, and those owners voluntarily went back into the registration program.
So in a program with 900,000 units, you found 37,000 instances in which landlords had improperly just decided to ignore the rent regulation laws. Is that a fair assessment?
Thus far.
Yeah,
okay, thus far. And over what period is that?
2.5 years of their existence, so probably 2 years.
So about 4% of the entire rent-regulated stock, and this is just the ones you've actually discovered this to be the case, you found landlords just decided more or less of their own accord to ignore the rent regulation laws. Okay. We're talking today about 900,000 units under regulation. And someone asked you earlier, one of my Senate colleagues asked you how many units have been lost over 10 years. Without asking a specific, for a specific period like that, can you talk about whether the number of units under regulation are generally going up and going down? Like, for example, as recently as 2012, this is from a New York Times article, March 2012, we were talking about 1,063,000 rent-regulated units. When we renewed the rent laws in 2011, we were talking about over 1 million units. Now we're talking about 900,000. Is it the case, can you talk to us about how the number of units under regulation is going overall?
The trend has been reversed. We were losing units, leaving regulation, most of them legally, but as you say, some owners just decided to stop registering. But since the TPU and other innovations at ORA, we have been able to start adding to the rent-stabilized stock, and the trend has been reversed. I don't have the exact figures here, but we can get you the numbers each year and show you how that has been increasing. I think it's over the last 3 fiscal years we have seen additions to the rent-stabilized stock.
Net increases in rent-regulated stock?
Net increases.
So is it just incorrect that we had 1.1 million or so units? I mean, that was a number that DHCR was using in 2011 when we were talking about the renewal fight, and now we're using a number of 900,000.
I can't speak to previous numbers.
I understand that. All right, so you can get us year by year the number of units under regulation?
Deputy Commissioner Woody Pascal is here. I believe that we can.
Okay. Okay. That would be very helpful. Do you have currently the resources necessary to determine whether rent-regulated units are, in fact, more broadly complying with the law? Like, for example, if somebody is making a claim that they've invested money through the individual apartment improvement program or through the major capital improvement program, and that those investments justify additions into the rent of the law, do you have the ability to determine that those investments have in fact been made and that the rent increases associated with them are justified?
Yes, we do, but we need to find greater efficiencies in doing it. And I think that, again, not to plug the transition into the digital platform, but through that, we'll be able to answer some of those questions. It'll be real-time answers in regard to how many rent-regulated apartments are there. And there'd be triggers that if someone decided not to register their apartment, then it would come up on a report. So yes, the answer is yes, we have the ability, but we can always do it better.
You have the ability to understand the numbers, but to actually adequately review the submissions of landlords to determine whether an MCI, whether the work was actually done, whether the investments were reasonable costs, whether you believe you have the resources to review that over the 900,000 unit housing stock that you're overseeing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's important to note that major capital improvements, when a landlord files for an increase associated with a major capital improvement, we do not approve it until we have made sure that the improvement was actual, that the money spent was the money that was spent, and that they have documented that all. It takes a while, and we talk to tenants, we do inspections, we are able to, nobody gets an MCI without having that review beforehand. With IAIs, owners will do an IAI and report it, and we will accept it. What we have done with the TPU is to go back and look and see whether or not those are real, and we have been able to find, I think, 1,700 IAIs that we found fault with, and we're able to rescind.
How many have you looked at?
How many have we looked at of IAIs?
Well, this is through 900 owners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
1,700.
1,700 IAIs. How many IAIs, out of what base is that? Like, how many overall did you look at it to determine that 1,700 of them were improper?
Yeah, we'll have to get back.
Okay, well, I'll get back to you.
We'll figure it out.
And I've got 20 seconds.
But that was through 900 owners, though.
I have 16 seconds on the clock. I just want to say, I share the concerns that some have expressed about the adequacy of capital funding for public housing. I, unlike one of my colleagues, think that the current chair is actually chewing just fine and has not bitten off more than she can chew, but it is enormous. It's an enormous challenge, and I would just note that the New York City Housing Authority estimates that they have $18 billion in unmet capital needs. It's very hard to hold an agency accountable when you've been starving it for capital for many, many years, as the state has and as the city has. So I just, I think it's going to be an ongoing discussion whether the funds in the state budget are adequate to meet that need. And I, of course, share the desire to make sure that that agency is held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Young.
Thank you very much. Round two. I had some more questions about the J.P. Morgan settlement funds, and there's $50 million that would be allocated for Restore New York. Could you explain how that would fit into the housing scheme that we have in the state budget?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Oh, Restore. Yeah, so that would be $5 million for adaptations to help people age in place for seniors, and we are adding that $5 million. I'm not sure if we have determined yet over what time period that is. A lot of it is driven by demand. We are trying to increase demand for the program and make it easier for people to use. And we're hoping to get that money out to help as many seniors as possible to
So
age
again,
in place.
statewide?
Pardon me?
Statewide? I'm
Yes,
sorry,
oh,
am I not
absolutely
close enough?
statewide.
Okay. Thank you. I also, as you know, in your past role, Deputy Commissioner, I was very supportive of the supportive housing program. And the reason is because the impact on the homeless, people with disabilities, people with mental illness, and some people with drug addictions. And I know that through the settlement funds, there's, as you noted, $63.5 million that would go through HHAP, but HCR would have control of $160 million. One of my deep concerns, and I was on a task force this past year, has to do with opioid addiction across the state. And as you know, it's an exploding crisis. And just to give you an example, even in a rural area like mine, the city of Jamestown has 3 times the national average of newborns testing positive for drugs, and twice the state average. And what we're facing is that there just are no services in rural areas like mine. And I was hoping that maybe HCR would consider developing programs that may deal, through supportive housing, that may deal directly with people with addiction problems. And, you know, of course, mental illness would be mixed in there. But I don't know if you have any plans for maybe gearing some of the program money toward those types of situations.
I think Marion Zucker, who's president of our finance and development, is great with mixing and matching of programs. So the additional resources that we have for the expansion of supportive housing could possibly be mixed with our community investment fund resource, which helps us to create mixed-use development. So there may be an opportunity for us to have some conversations about having housing with a first floor that's a clinic or some type of treatment facility. So those are things that we can look at in the future.
And I think, you know, not just for my district, but as I said, statewide, I think we have to start looking at that issue, and we have in the Senate, and we were able to pass legislation in the Senate and the Assembly signed by the governor last year, where you look at prevention, you look at law enforcement pieces, but you look at treatment also. So I think that would be helpful if we could put our heads together on something like that.
Well, we share your concern, and we really appreciate your leadership on this issue. And I think that one of the great successes under the Cuomo administration has been just how closely we now work with OASAS, the Office of Alcohol and Substance Abuse Services. They are now at the housing table, and we are figuring out ways that we can build housing that will help people, because with housing you have a foundation for recovery. If you don't have a stable place to live, it's really hard to do anything else.
Right.
And so we really are looking forward to working with them as part of the New York agreement, which is statewide, and we'd like to talk with you about how we can best target this to help that population.
Okay, thank you. Just switching again, the budget proposes a $17 million allocation for the Rural Urban Community Initiative Fund. And so we've had this program for 2 years. I'm very excited about it. But I was hoping that you could provide an accounting of the projects which have been funded, and with a brief description and the project cost and the sources of the project. Do you have that information available?
I guess to date we've received a total of 25 applications, and we've requested over $14 million in the resource, and have 14 projects in development currently.
So that's $8.2 million for the 14 projects. I was excited because a few weeks ago, Commissioner Towns said something else, so he let me go and do a groundbreaking with Cardinal Dolan on a program that it's a senior housing with a senior center downstairs, and they used the Community Investment Fund to do that, and that's exactly the kind of thing we're looking to do, and we want to do even more of those. And so if you have ideas, we'd like to hear them, because it's going on not just in the city, but in rural areas, suburban areas, everywhere we can.
I think that's great because of that mixed-use element. So could you give me a list of that information, and including the projects that were applying for the funds, also that were not awarded yet?
Okay.
It also would be great if you could get me a similar list of the CDBG projects that were funded within the last 3 years. That would be helpful to look at that. And just switching again, another issue that recently came to my attention is that the Public Authorities Budget Office issued a report stating that the Housing Trust Fund Corporation, and that was with numerous other public authorities, failed to file an annual report, an audit report, as required under Section 2800 of the Public Authorities Law. So I was wondering, when will this report, can you tell me when this report will be filed?
This is the report, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. This is the report on?
This is required by the Public Authorities Board under state law to file an annual report, an audit. And there's been a report that's been issued by the Public Authorities Budget Office saying that the Housing Trust Fund Corporation is delinquent in filing that report. And so I was just wondering when that report will be filed. It was actually due on June 30th, 2014.
It actually was filed, but then they asked for an amendment, and then when we gave that to them, they didn't refile it, and so it was erroneously left on that list, but we had filed it on time.
So you've resolved that?
Everything was resolved, yeah.
Fabulous. I'm glad to hear that.
Thanks. You're on top of it.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. Thank you. One of the other questions I had has to do with the MPCs and the RPCs, and I'm very happy to see the funding that's been allocated this year. As Senator Espaillat pointed out, it's coming through the MIF. We don't know what the MIF is going to be doing year to year necessarily, but I do think you get an indicator when you go for your bond rating, and you have to submit, I think, multi-year projections. And so the concern is we're offloading all these programs, which are great programs, onto the MIF, but is there any way to, when you go to Moody's, for example, to try to project what funding is going to be available through the MIF in out years?
I guess that's a conversation that could be admitted. We've been concerned short term, but I guess we can roll that out to have a more distance picture of it, 5-10 years expectation.
Right, because I think you have to submit that information or determine that when you go through the bonding process.
Yeah, they take a look at how many projects we're insuring for what amounts of money and making sure that we have a certain level of reserves. They take a look at the risk factors in those projects, and we're able to get the ratings agencies to be comfortable with that. We're very fortunate in that we have Michael Friedman running the Mortgage Insurance Fund, and he's very, very diligent about these sort of things, and so I'm very confident in his abilities to keep that going in its good condition that it's in now.
Thank you. One of the other issues is that round two is over. Okay, I'm being shut down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Bichat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner, Executive Director, Chair. It's a pleasure to be here today to participate in this budget hearing, an area that it's really crucial to the state of New York, in particular my district out in Flatbush, Brooklyn, which has become the top priority. I do have questions in 4 areas. I'll make it quick as I have to leave to catch my train. But the first thing is on Sonny Mae. So the State of New York Mortgage Agency plays an essential role in providing insurance and for the New York
Can you
City.
speak in the mic a little bit more? It's hard for us to hear now.
Okay, I have 4 questions in 4 different areas. One is in Sonny Mae. So Sonny Mae is the state of New York mortgage agency, which plays an essential role in providing insurance for New York City affordable housing, as well as it reduced the overall risk in real estate sector. Given that we are going into an era that is expanding in housing, why are we reducing funding for Sonny Mae? When I look at the proposed budget, I see an overall reduction of $14.8 million. Can you please explain?
I don't believe that may be a financing question that we'll get back to you. One thing that is happening is that we are taking $22 million from the JP Morgan Chase settlements and giving it to Sonny Mae to help find vacant, distressed, foreclosed properties and help new homeowners buy them, fix them up so that we can strengthen the communities. We are also looking at ways that we can lower our already low interest rates even more to assist people like first-time home buyers, veterans, people with other disabilities to become homeowners themselves and to make that affordable to them. I don't believe that we are dialing back Sonny Mae. I'll take a look at the finances and answer your question,
60.
but we'll have to take a look at that. But we are more committed to Sonny Mae more than ever.
And we recently had a marketing fair in your community in 2014, Welcome Home Brooklyn, kind of taking our programs to the local community. We held it at the old Nazareth High School. So we looked to partner with you in order to get the word out because we want it to be utilized and think it's a great opportunity to provide a path to first-time home buyers.
Thank you. Going to the neighborhood preservation funds, I first want to applaud you for increasing a proposed increase to allow more organizations to help potential first-time home buyers. My question is, with this increase, how do we ensure that those are going to the building of these houses and that there are prevailing wages for these workers who are building these homes and that they're not being taken advantage of? And how do we also ensure that these funds are not going to the pockets of the executives of some of these organizations? We had some concerns about that in the past. And so where's the transparency when it comes to that and accountability?
We're quite confident in the way that we administer these funds. We take a very careful look at how neighborhood preservation and rural preservation funds are used. We look at how those companies operate, and when we see problems, we step in and we help them fix them, or we move the money to other groups that will do the job. And so I'm very confident in the MPP and RPP programs that we're seeing good work by good groups that is reaching the people. In construction, we follow all the rules in terms of when we need to use prevailing wage. We make sure that people are paid good wages, and we're more diligent about that than ever, seeing as what we've seen with our partners in the city and other things.
Thank you. Regarding the House Trust Fund, the Housing Trust Fund, to my understanding, it's not a real housing trust fund. I think some of the funds are allocated to some rental property. I would like to see a dedicated funding stream, whether it's from the Housing Trust Fund, whether it's from MIF, giving that mortgage insurance fund. It's very relevant. I would like to see some type of a dedicated revenue stream for home ownership, affordability home ownership. Is that possible? Is there a way that we can really, truly build a real housing trust fund that's dedicated and maybe, again, use some of the bank settlements as a kickstart to finance that revenue stream?
I think that we hear your concerns. We utilize it very well in order to find those missions. In regard to the funding stream, I think that that would be kind of on the legislature to kind of come up with. We have made sure that all of the resources that we have are interchangeable so that we can make sure that we're successful. But certainly if you came up with a way in order to provide greater services to New York, that's the business that we're in.
Okay, so we can partner together, write legislation around that to have a dedicated funding stream for the Housing Trust Fund. Okay, well, I look forward to that. And my last question is on a topic that everybody pretty much touched on, which is the tenant protection unit. And I concur and agree with my chairman of the Housing Committee, Assemblyman Keith Wright, on that we just need to do a lot more with the TPU. My question is, how many auditors or how many people do we have who are taking these cases, and how many cases per person? Is there a way that we can increase the dedicated number of people to do these audits? And additionally, with the IAIs and the MCIs that Assemblyman Kavanaugh was talking about, to my understanding, it's a 95%. I'm sorry?
You have to get to the question.
Okay. To my understanding, it's 95%. Is that true? In terms of 95% approval with the IAIs?
I don't know about the 95%, but I will say this, that the success that's been obtained by the TPU under the leadership of Deputy Commissioner Richard White, the total staff is 25, and they've been doing tremendous. And as you've heard, in regard to the impact that they've had. So it's been a tremendous effort through the leadership over in TPU.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Astiat.
Commissioner, I want to, the renter's income tax credit, are you guys familiar with that? Okay. And so it is proposed that it cost last year $200 million, and in the out years it would go to $400 million. How many renters have benefited from that? Because I understand that it is a very complicated process that has many hoops and obstacles to overcome to actually benefit from it, and perhaps there's a need to streamline the process. Do we have a number of how many renters have benefited from that?
That number probably is better asked by the Department of Tax and Finance.
Tax and Finance.
But we know that when it's fully implemented in 2018, that the tax credit will be up to $750 for tenants with incomes up to $150,000.
The proposed adjusted gross income has been increased to $150,000 in this year's proposal, so that will actually increase the potential number of folks that are eligible for it. So you're saying that Taxation and Finance will have this information?
I believe that would be a better place to ask that question.
Okay, I want to go back to what Senator Krueger presented. You know, I'm confused because, you know, I want to know exactly what is the amount of dollars, capital dollars, that are being proposed for housing from the settlement money, because I know that the governor several years ago presented the House New York program, and I want to know what percentage of the money is coming from that program, and in actuality, what percentage is really coming, of the amount that is coming from the settlement money. I mean, the settlement money, you know, the state has great needs. We have roads and infrastructure needs and other needs, and you know, there's sort of like a frenzy, a fitting frenzy to to get to the settlement money. But in essence, you know, I believe that the money is here because of some housing-related issues, problems that we face as a country. So, you know, I want to see what actual amount is coming from that settlement money, as opposed to money that's being dragged in from previous initiatives presented in the past years. Do you have that number? Is it 32 million?
Did you receive the supplement handout? Because that breaks that pool down.
So
We don't have
$257
that.
million.
We don't have that.
$257 million of the JP Morgan Chase settlement will come to HCR. So that's the money that we're most familiar with. With the settlement funds, as you say, you're correct that much of the settlement funds resulted from banks' bad behavior on the mortgage market, but there are other reasons for the settlements as well, and there's many needs in New York State, including infrastructure and other long-term investments. So we're very pleased with what we've got with the 257.
And what was the amount of monies that was supposed to come in through the House New York program? Did that money come in?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
So this is additional money to what we expected from the House New York program.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the governor has put in other smaller incremental growth in the capital budget as well that we're pleased with.
Yeah, I would just concur with Senator Savino on the NYCHA piece. I think it's important, you know, that you know, we concentrate and see how some of that money is allocated to NYCHA, and that it's in a lockbox model that, you know, will be used for a specific purpose. I know that we did, when we federalized some of the NYCHA housing that was not part of a federal program, and we got some stimulus money. It was specifically some years back used for pointing and roof work. So this is the kind of stuff that we're looking, that this is what our constituents complain about. If you live in a NYCHA building and your elevator doesn't work for 3 or 4 months and you live on the 17th floor, you're not going to be a happy camper. So, you know, we have to see how we could look at the best use possible rather than just throwing the money into a very sort of like complicated bureaucracy that doesn't seem to work, as well as other affordable issues, Mitchell-Lama as well. Do we have a list for the Mitchell-Lama units that you guys have been working on? Is
Yes,
there an
please.
actual list that I can look at to see where they
Yes.
are?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I know there was some additional buildings that were added to your portfolio last time, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And is that the buildings that you're working on right now, the ones that were added to the portfolio, or the existing Mitchell-Lama programs that also need some type of help?
We can get you a list and that'll give you a status report of where we are.
Okay, and finally on TPU, how many full-time employees are there in TPU?
25.
25? And with 25 full-time employees, you got back 37,000 units of affordable housing that were not registered, and you've been doing some work on individual apartment improvements as well, right?
Correct.
Good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Mosley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the staff. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Commissioner and the Executive Director and, for your level of transparency and accessibility. I've been able to meet with you, Commissioner, privately. To your Deputy Commissioners, Mr. Pascal, Mr. White, thank you again to your staffs for constantly being there for me and my constituents. As you know, my district in the 57th Assembly District in downtown Brooklyn is almost like the epicenter for gentrification for the vast majority of my district. So I'm going to keep it very, very brief because these questions tend to be a little bit parochial, so please bear with me. The first question comes out of your testimony, Commissioner, where you talk about making steady progress within 5 years' efforts to create and preserve 14,300 homes across the state. Can you be a little bit more exact in terms of how that relates to New York City? If you can just give me an estimate if you don't have those numbers exactly.
I don't believe we have the breakdown right here. You want New York City and rest of state?
Correct.
Okay, we'll get that to you.
Okay. My second question, I guess, alludes to last year and also a private conversation I had with the Commissioner in regards to young professionals. I know you had talked about setting aside a program where young professionals who particularly live primarily in the city who are being priced out Was that program ever developed, or has it been couched into another program?
No, it's not been a program per se, but I think that in the middle income program that we're launching is that we hope that some in that population will apply for the developments that are in their community. You know, it's an area, we've talked about it before, very sensitive to when you grow up in an at-risk area and you do everything that the elders say. You stay in school, get a good education, you stay out of trouble. Your first job, you're going to make more than the affordable housing limits that we have. So we need to increase those incomes so that we can make sure that we have mixed communities. So we're hoping that there'll be some success out of the middle income proposal that we have.
The third question has to do with the ORA and the $8 million increase. I know that's been, TPU funding will come out of that $8 million. What's the percentage that TPU aspires to get of that $8 million to go to the unit?
In that addition?
The $8 million.
I think we had said before that we'll have to follow up and try and break that out for you. A portion of it is for other things. Again, the digital platform that we're creating. So there are a number of uses, not just for TPU and that $8 million.
Okay, my last question before I make a little comment. I know, we do this year by year in terms of the budget, this delicate dance we have within the budget process. When it comes to IAIs and MCIs, and I know we get various reports from other agencies at the city and state level, will the agency give us an elaborate breakdown in terms of MCI, IAI breakdowns statewide, so that we can see where the trends are in terms of the level of abuse is taking place, not only in New York City, but throughout New York State, because we know that, we get information from different sources, and I would like to get it from the source.
I think that we can probably make information available on an aggregate. Certainly, confidentiality prevents us from breaking it down by address, but
correct.
I think that we can develop a snapshot so that you can see the advances that are being made.
Okay, now this is not an indictment against you. I think it might be an indictment against all of us. But first of all, I'd like to affiliate my name to the comments made earlier by Assemblyman Pichardo as it relates to seniors, Senator Hamilton as it relates to ownership, to Assemblyman Blake in terms of MWE participation, to Senator Savino as it relates to our NYCHA units. But as it relates to the housing settlements, and this, to me, I feel shameful in the sense that men and women who have lost their homes, not only in New York City, but throughout New York State, are begging to get 100% of that money, those settlements, back to them. I know that in light of the fact that we have things that we have to deal with in terms of infrastructure, workforce development, economic development, that we still have men and women who are living under the shadows of losing their homes in which they're trying to save for retirement, homes in which they're going to leverage for college education and the future generation of New Yorkers that are going to be living here, and hopefully will make our cities and states a better place to live. So to me, I just think that more so it's an indictment, not against you, Commissioner, but against all of us in the sense that we have to beg and grovel for money that was taken from us by institutions that are seen to have bounced back. And while at the same time, we as homeowners throughout the state of New York continue to find ourselves in a second-class status. Again, congratulations to all your work. I want to thank you for being accessible to me. And thank you, Commissioner, and happy to the Chairman. Happy birthday. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before I call on Senator Krueger, you've been jotting down a list of requests. Can you send me a copy?
Me too.
Senator
If you can read my writing, I think we have staff that is also writing it down. I want to make sure I don't miss any of them, and we will do everything we can to get that to you.
Thank you. Senator Krueger.
Thank you very much. Just some quick follow-ups. Senator Young asked about the money, the $60 million from MIF going into HCR, the Mortgage Insurance Fund. Do you know, is any additional MIF money being taken out and put into other agency budgets or the general fund, or is this the only transfer of MIF surplus into a program?
This is a little bit outside of the agency's purview, but my understanding that this year there are two sweeps of the MIF, one for $75 million for House New York, that's coming to us to primarily take care of the UDC Mitchell-Lama portfolio and also to supplement some of our capital programs, plus a $50 million sweep that is going to HHAP and the Rural Rental Assistance Program, and there's one other housing, but it's all housing. All the money coming from the MIF is being reinvested by this governor into housing.
So the total amount being swept from MIF for those three purposes is
I will
what?
get you the exact amount.
So 75, 50, and something.
I think it's 125 million roughly, but I will get you the exact amount.
Thank you. If you could also put on your list what that other amount
Yeah.
is for. The 32 million new money that we talked about, is that a dry appropriation, cash, or a combination?
We'll have to get back to you. We'll get you the exact number. I want to make sure we get that right.
Thank you. So there's been a variety of discussions about the TPU. I much appreciate the work they've been doing to move apartments back into rent regulation in my district. I wish there were more resources both in ORA and TPU to ensure they could meet the demands that I think every elected official in New York City, state, city, and federal get constantly from constituents. I just want to sort of tie things in. When people are asking about ORA versus TPU versus money for computerization, I see it as all one mandate. Your agency is in the mid-20th century, having the technology you need that will maximize your efficiency and much more, and make sure that the people you have actually have the basic tools they need to do their job, including tracking patterns of abuse, not just individual unit by unit. That's not the way to fix these problems. The way to fix these problems is to track patterns of abuse, have the ORA be adequately staffed to respond to people in a quicker timeline than the state controller's report showed they are, but also to be able to allow an entity like TPU to systemically go after the patterns of abuse in bigger players. So, and if you don't have the computers for that, you can't do that. So I would make the argument that you need to support both units. Clearly they need to, and I'm sure they do, work together. But you need to get that computerization that I think we've been talking about for as long as I've been in the Senate done. Do you actually have a company and are going to bid this out and start anytime soon?
Yeah, absolutely. We're in the process. The Comptroller's Office is reviewing, and once they come back with that, we'll be prepared to start.
Great. Speaking of the patterns of things that you can't do, the Roberts case, J51 buildings are supposed to have rent-regulated units. We're still being told, go and bring a case in court if you want to resolve this. Isn't there anything that your agency can do proactively to, you can look at the city's list of buildings that receive J51, I'm sure they will cooperate in that, and actually do some kind of proactive action to ensure that units in buildings receiving J51 tax abatements are meeting their standards for having rent-regulated units. I constantly get calls from individuals living in J51 buildings with market leases. And we know now, because of a court case that was decided multiple years ago, they should be regulated units. So it seems to me that would enormously increase the win of your TPU and ORA without having to deal with it unit by unit. Are you doing anything here?
Certainly, we understand that there's still other issues that are there.
But that is one of the things that the TPU does. Richard White our deputy commissioner there, that's one of our methods. If we see that a building is accepting J51, well, yes, it needs to be rent regulated. Robert's decision made that clear. And so that is one of the shortcuts that he's able to take, and his staff, to take a look and identify these buildings. And that's part of how we've got to 37,000 units back into the rent regulation system.
So if I were to give you a list of buildings in my district that have J51, where I know there are market leases, you could take action based on my providing you that list?
I would take it from you and I would hand it to Richard White, and we would start working on it tomorrow.
I know my staff in the city is listening in. Get ready to get that list
Okay,
in to
good.
Richard. Thank you. We talked about, or some reference was made to 421A and frustrations that a huge amount of that tax abatement appears to be going to luxury housing as opposed to affordable housing. The New York City Council recently had their own hearing on this issue, and I believe that there's desperate need to fix that program or end that program and start again. But I'm wondering, and that's a negotiated issue between the city and the state. There's state legislation that will have to happen through the legislature, looking for the recommendations from the city. But a program that your subsidiary entities seem to control more directly is the 80-20 program. And there have been some recent exposés, and I believe also a controller's report highlighting that too much of that money isn't going for actual affordable housing and is disproportionately going to subsidize high-end units, even, I would argue, in my district, which, for the record, my district, the east side of Manhattan, 10th Street to 96th, doesn't really need state money for subsidization of luxury units. They're popping up at an incredible rate with all kinds of questions behind them. So don't spend your 80-20 money badly. Are we doing something to fix this?
Yeah, and I think that report came out before our reforms. We've changed our process to a bifurcated method where we're only financing the affordable portions of those. So that's part of the reason why we had such a banner year, because now resources are extended because we've changed our model. So certainly understand the changes that we've made have helped us to be more successful generally in regard to the production of affordable units as well.
And do you have a written list of what those reforms are and the criteria you're now using are?
Sure. We,
So
we can, and to explain it very succinctly, we used to issue tax-exempt bonds for 100% of an 80-20 project, wherein 20% of the units are affordable. We now issue the tax-exempt bonds, which give an advantage in financing to the developer only for the 20% affordable units. We sometimes issue taxable bonds for the other 80%, but there's no advantage in that. Our housing finance agency is in effect acting as a bank and bringing in revenues by doing so. But that precious resource of tax-exempt private activity bonds, volume cap, as it's sometimes referred to, is only going to affordable units. And that's an innovation that happened before I got here. So I want to give the commissioner and Marion Zucker full credit on that one.
And just last quick follow-up. Are you able to apply that retroactively to projects that were approved but not yet completed?
No.
No, only proactive. So you still have quite a few in the hopper under the old rules?
Thank you.
No, I don't think so.
No, you don't?
We'll find out.
You can
for you.
follow up for
Yeah,
me and give
we will
me
find out.
information. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Walker.
Good, I guess, afternoon at this point. I have a number of questions, and I'll just, speak, and then we can get back to each other on some of the answers. I want to commit my sentiments with many of my colleagues regarding the settlement monies. And growing up in Brownsville, I know what it feels like to be robbed. And I have spoken to many housing advocates who were very aspirational about these settlement monies, but woke up one day and the monies just weren't available as they had hoped that they would be. And so I'd like to know from you what your initial request, as I'm learning a little bit about the budget request, agencies get to request from the governor what they'd like to see. So what were your original numbers as it relates to what you'd like to see funding for HCR? Secondly, I grew up in public housing, so I'd like to know a little bit more about what your commitments are as it relates to changing the deplorable conditions that so many New Yorkers live in. Next, I also represent a number of Mitchell-Lama developments, and I do appreciate the work that you've done over at Marcus Garvey Village. However, there are some issues regarding affordability that many of the tenants have been complaining about. Atlantic Towers is another development which is city-owned. However, I did hear you mention, Mr. Executive Director, that you have worked with some of the city-owned properties in terms of preserving Mitchell-Lama. But in the event that the owner opts out and his development moves into rent stabilization, how are you preparing for these new 916 units once they arrive? There are some unintended consequences, or maybe even intended consequences of foreclosures, for instance, homelessness. So I'd like to know, how do we prevent homelessness by utilizing some monies in order to prevent some of these new foreclosures that may be in the pipeline from actually ever seeing the light of day? And I do commit my comments also with Assemblywoman Bichotte, where I see that there is a $14.8 million cut to the Sony Make budget. Lastly, well, not really lastly, but there is also this issue of affordability that I really want to understand a little bit of what the affordability dynamics are for many of the residents in the 55th District, because the number one question I keep hearing is affordable to whom? When it relates to TPU, one of the concerns that I have is just the length of time for adjudication. Many situations takes years, and forget about if you have to do an appeal. So I'd like to know a little bit about what is the actual length of time for most TPU complaints to be adjudicated. Lastly, there is a significant investment in housing in Ocean Hill, Cypress Hills, Brownsville, and East New York. And can you tell me a little bit about what the agency's commitment is to making sure that the affordable housing plans that are committed to that those developments are actually foreseeable? Yeah. Let me tell you, I'm a new member. I don't know when I'll get another bite at the apple.
Right.
Well, you know you'll get another bite at the apple. You've already been into the agency, and we welcome further conversations. First of all, the affordability definition is a federal definition, but I think that we realize the struggles that New Yorkers are going through. Part of the reason why we're going to utilize $50 million in order to create a middle income program to take care of some of those that are outside of the federal definitions of affordability. And that comes from working and talking with New Yorkers. The issues of the new housing that's going on in East Brooklyn is still under development, waiting to see what the city's rules are. As you know, there are a number of zoning changes and other things in order to that need to be done before there could be development. But certainly, if there's going to be opportunities to create affordable housing, the state would like to play a role in some type of way.
Want to pick up a couple others?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as the original budget request, I mean, it's a collaborative process with the agency and DOB. There is no original budget request, as far as I know. We talk, we decide things together, and we come out with the executive budget.
So there was no actual, foreseeable, this is how much we would need in order to complete this, and then somebody came back to you and said, well, we won't be able to do this because we got to invest $3 billion in the Tappan Zee Bridge?
No, there wasn't. No. I mean, we talk about things that we would, issues that we would like to address, initiatives that we would like to do. We work with our partners at DOB to figure out how much that would cost, whether or not we can make it happen, and we work together to create an executive budget proposal, which we now talk about now. In terms of TPU, there is no adjudication. TPU is an investigative unit. If an owner wants to settle with the TPU, they can do that. If they don't, they can go to ORA, and ORA is a quasi-judicial unit with administrative law judges, and at that point you have a process where you get a ruling, you have appeals and that sort of thing. And it sometimes takes long, but it's an adversarial process, and we have to make sure to get things right. We want to hear from the owners and the tenants. I think that was it. We also, are concerned about NYCHA conditions, and that's why we're trying to provide some funding for NYCHA, and we share your concerns about making that effective.
Okay, so I'd like to just follow up to get a little more in terms of specific answers to many of the questions that I've asked. And I do thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you.
Okay, we do too.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got several others who want to ask additional questions. I just request that, because a lot of them are dealing with your own personal district. You could probably send them a letter or tell them when you talk that give them an answer. But if we could move it along, it's 2.5 hours. We got one witness gone, not even done yet. So got a long way. A lot of people here would like to go home. Some people up here would like to go home before 7 o'clock. So, Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a statewide concern, I can assure you, that I'm going to ask about next. I wanted to double back on the NPCs and the RPCs, and again, I'm very happy about the funding levels. One of the issues we've had discussions about over the past couple of years has to do with the processing of vouchers and issuing of payments, because it's gotten longer over the past several years. And as you know, that creates a hardship for the NPCs and the RPCs. Many of them are small. They don't have even sometimes the ability to get bridge loans because the bank maybe won't give them to them. And if they do get bridge loans to pay the contractors, then the contractors can't wait 4 to 8 weeks for payment. So if they get a bridge loan, then they've got to pay interest on that. And I know that could be reimbursable under the program, but is there any way we could address that problem, whether it's working to shorten the length of time for processing the vouchers and issuing the payments, or if that's not possible, is there any way that the agency could set up some kind of working capital fund to help them so they don't have to go to a bank? Instead, they would be able to get, the bridge loans through HCR so that the interest issue would not emerge, or the lack of maybe being able to get financing from a bank short term. Just something to consider.
I think we'll take a look.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblywoman Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Farrell. And to Commissioner Towns and staff, I certainly want to say thank you to you for the specific support that you've given to my district, and look forward to continuing to work with you to discuss those issues and concerns that we have over these past few years. I just wanted to echo the sentiments that have been expressed in regards to, number one, the use of the settlement funds. Over the years, we've been able to do much good work with the settlement funds that have come from, whether it be from J.P. Morgan Chase or the other settlements that have taken place, so that we were able to preserve and protect some of the homes of the people within the district. In addition, I think that the issue around my colleague Walter Mosley mentioned about the adult professionals living in our communities. I know many people talk to me about how their children can't come back and live where they were raised because the AMIs, the regional AMI is so high that many of them don't fall within that category. So therefore, they have to try to find other places, or they relocate to other states. And I think that we have to do a better job of being able to provide for those young professionals that we tell them to, get a good job, go to school, get a job, and come back to the community so that you can become a good citizen, a good steward of the community. In addition to that,
it is indicated here, it talks about how that money is going to, through the settlement, that money is going to be provided to NYCHA to assist with his modernization efforts. I want to know who will monitor that process, because I know that it's, you know, it has been a work in progress, working with NYCHA. So who will be monitoring that progress, that process?
It'll be funded through the Public Housing Modernization Funds budget line, and I believe that is monitored by, is it the Office of Community Renewal or the Office of Housing Preservation? Preservation, yes. So the Office of Housing Preservation will be within HCR, will be the one that will be monitoring it.
Okay,
and
within DHCR. Okay.
We share your concern. We want to make sure that we see real results from this money, and we want to see them soon.
Right, okay, thank you. The other issue is that the preservation of Mitchell-Lama, that is so very, very important, and I see that monies have been provided within the budget to be able to do that. I think that, as you know, some of the organizations that were originally a part of the Mitchell-Lama family, that many of them were trying to opt out, and I'm pleased to see that you're providing additional resources to be able to hopefully keep people in, because, you know, where would these families go? The people opt out of the program, and then the rents, you know, skyrocket. People would not be able to stay in our community. So I'm pleased to see that you have moved in that direction. Again, just wanted to offer my comments as well on what we're doing to be able to preserve and protect affordable housing within the city and the state of New York. I do recognize, however, that we have organizations that have provided the NPPs, RPPs, the Rural and Neighborhood Preservation Companies that do so much to provide additional assistance, and they also like double the resources that are provided to their agencies. And I just hope that we continue to support them, and not just at times it's been a piecemeal arrangement. So we're just hoping that we're able to continue to provide them with the resources that they need to protect and undergird affordable housing within the state of New York. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hamilton? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Assemblyman Keith Wright.
Thank you, Assemblyman Farrell. I'll be very quick. Thank you, Commissioner. On in your budget, you have NYCHA capital repairs, and you also have Public Housing Modernization Program. What's the difference?
Well, the
Between the two, yeah.
NYCHA will go directly to NYCHA, whereas the other program is available for all of the public housing throughout the state.
Throughout the state.
But NYCHA is exclusively for New York City.
Got it, because you have, to the Public Housing Modernization Program, $6.4 million last year and $6.4 million this year as well. For NYCHA capital repairs, from last year's budget, there was nothing, I guess, and this year you have $25 million.
Correct.
And I want to go back to what Senator Krueger said. How will that be monitored? How, I mean, is that just straight going to the city, or will it be monitored, and will we get some sort of breakdown? Because NYCHA, as we all know, can, for want of a better phrase, can be a black hole sometimes.
Well, I think the big thing is that we looked at to come back afterwards and give a report in regard to how it was used, and we will make sure that we present that to you so that you can know how the $25 million was used, and we'll also monitor to make sure that it was, you know, properly dispensed.
Rural Rental Assistance Program, what exactly is that?
Those are rent subsidies for people living in rural areas. That's funded at $21 million and change this year, and we are going to be using the MIF to fund that. And we're pleased to be able to maintain that level of funding for that important program.
Now, I know that there is a rural New York City Renters Assistance Program of some sort. And what is that?
That's a tax credit.
That's a tax credit. How's that been working? We haven't done it before.
That is proposed.
It's proposed, okay. Thank you, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. To close, Mr. Blake. Councilman Blake.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. Very briefly, the Nonprofit Infrastructure Capital Investment Fund, I see that as one of the proposals, but I haven't heard us talk about it much. Can you just give some description on what that would be?
That's flexible funding. It's a relatively new program, and we've had 25 applications come in. We've been able to fund 14 of them for $8.2 million. But the key to this is that often when we're building affordable housing, when we're using federal tax credits, bonds, that sort of thing, that has to go to affordable housing, as it should. But if you build affordable housing in a neighborhood, don't you want to create some street life? Don't you want to create some retail, some community uses, whether that's senior centers, clinics, whatever the community needs? And sometimes it's retail and it's a store, it's a grocery store, things like that. And so CIF is allowing developers to be able to think not only about the housing upstairs, but also what's going on the street level, so that we can build not just more units, but really build communities.
And so in that same vein, how is it related to the Main Street program? Is Main Street essentially doing a similar type of effort, or they vary?
Main Street's similar but slightly different. It can be used for both housing and commercial buildings, and it goes to localities that want to focus on reviving downtown areas. A lot of it is used in small towns and cities across the state, and similar objectives but slightly different program. It really focuses on what's already there, whereas CIF is talking about new development.
Understand. And the timetable for some of these programs, I've heard 3 years discussed, 5 years. Is it uniform in terms of the new initiatives of how the funding stream would go, or is it varied by initiative?
It varies by initiative. I mean, we have to pass a budget first. We're in the planning stages. We have some ideas, but we are trying to figure out the best way to make sure that we're using new funds strategically and that sustainably. So, rather than put all the money in 1 year and then have nothing next year, we want to make sure that we're growing these programs so we're going to be able to sustain them at that level.
And then last set for you, Deputy Commissioner, and one specifically for Commissioner Towns. As it relates, it would be helpful to see what those timetables would be, and then the definitions being utilized in terms of for these respective programs and the population serviced, because we've tossed around different terms, so it'd be good to see that. And then, Commissioner Towns, obviously, again, it was alluded to earlier, but I just want to come back on it. For 421A, this obviously is the conversation that is happening and not happening in many different ways. Just getting your initial perspective of the varied, possibilities as is coming up 421A, and exactly, what do we say in our respective communities, especially those like mine, where they are seeing the beginning phases and are concerned that if we don't have significant changes, the affordability will not be occurring in that manner.
I think you guys will have that debate. Our challenge is to continue to provide affordable units and understanding communities. We know that not only do we need to build affordable units, but we need to build community. That's why it's important to have things like the Community Investment Fund so that we can do mixed use. It's important for us to have population mix, income mixes, because really at the end of the day, building housing is easy. Brick and mortar builds a house. But what we really want to specialize in is renewing communities, and I think that's what we need. So regardless of how the debate goes, the rules will be given to us, and we'll be prepared to engage.
Definitely would welcome you, both of you and your teams, to the district to talk about that collective vision. Obviously, I think a lot of times to that exact point, we're not talking about mixed use and community opportunities, and we'll definitely welcome that as well.
Excellent.
I'll use my time, Chairman.
Thank you very much, and thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Happy birthday, Mr. Chairman.
I think we'll be seeing each other further in the street, but not in front of this again. We won't say that, but
Excellent.
we're walking around.
Yes, at the traffic light.
That's right, working for the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The 10 o'clock. Blair Sebastian, New York State Rural Housing Coalition, and New York State Rural Advocates, Nancy Berkowitz, Director.
Yes, he is. Hey.
Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, Senator DeFrancisco,
Yes, you just
Chairman
said
Farrell,
good afternoon.
Senator Young, Senator Krueger, distinguished members of the panel. I'd like to begin by thanking Assemblyman Wright for reminding us that this is the second year in a row that you've held these housing hearings on or about Chairman Farrell's birthday. Given that the chairman was one of the original sponsors of the NPC program all those years ago, we find it fitting that these hearings are held on or about his birthday. And we'd like to thank you for your ongoing support.
Not that I want to break my arm patting my own back, but I happened to write that bill on my own. It was out of problems that I'd had in my district, and that became the bill because Governor Carey needed something to do in housing, and he picked that up.
Well, we do our darndest to make you proud,
You
Assemblyman.
do.
Thank you for the support. My name is Blair Sebastian. I'm with the New York State Rural Housing Coalition. I'm joined again this morning by Nancy Berkowitz, who is with the New York State Rural Advocates. We have a broad interest, I think, in housing and community development programs, but our particular chore here is to discuss the sort of rural implications of the executive budget and to talk to you a little bit about how the legislative response might further benefit our communities. I would, working in rural communities is sort of a special kind of challenges. Most of those have to do with minimal lack of resources and this kind of small scale that is required to be effective in rural communities. So, again, there are some sort of rural nuances to some of the programs we talk about, and that's what we'd like to address. Assemblyman Wright, I'm glad you're back. I kind of wanted to pick up on the rural rental assistance question real quickly here, if I might depart from, we will depart from the written comments to kind of move this along. The Rural Rental Assistance Program was created probably 25 or more years ago as actually used as an incentive to leverage substantial federal capital investment in rural rental housing. The development of rental housing in rural communities has always been a challenge, and the USDA RD program, which later partnered with DHCR at that time to create what was called then a leveraged loan program. That rental assistance now supports in the neighborhood of 4,500 of the very lowest income residents of rural New York. And without that assistance, those units that are probably 75% headed by women and a very large proportion of disabled families benefit both from that housing and that rental assistance. It's a very important program for us, and we're very pleased to see it funded at the appropriate level. The other thing that I think that we're most interested in is rural and neighborhood preservation. As you may have noticed, this is not an easy budget to get your arms around, but given our understanding of what's happened, we're pleased that Governor Cuomo has been consistent with the original 5-year plan and provided this $12 million of base funding. We would note, however, that base funding is below historic levels of funding for the program and below last year's funding for the program. We think that it's important to, at the very least, maintain some continuity in funding levels And so we would ask you for an add, a legislative add to the governor's proposed funding levels for those programs to bring them up at least to $65,000 or perhaps $70,000 in regular funding. We share the concern about the program's lack of a budget line due to the MIF funding. At one level, it makes little difference to practitioners where the resource comes from, but it does concern us that the budget line is gone and that at some point we will be talking about essentially creating a new program when the MIF resource is exhausted and we have to put it back on budget. One of the places where, there were a couple of places where we would have liked to seen the J.P. Morgan settlement proceeds used. Again, that settlement specifically references the need to ameliorate the consequences of foreclosure and to avoid preventable foreclosures. We believe that the Affordable Housing Corporation program is a terrific device to meet those needs. It provides down payment and closing cost assistance and capital write-down assistance to single-family acquisition and allows for the acquisition of single-family homes in a financially manageable sort of scheme. It's a great program, and we would love to see it enhanced. We're pleased to see an additional $4 million in the program this year. It could spend more. And given that the settlement specifically references avoiding preventable foreclosures, it seems that there is a hole left by not funding housing counseling in this portion of the budget. Home buyer education has been proven and is supported by legitimate academic studies. It does the trick. There's data that suggests that the folks who are wrapped up in the foreclosure crisis are not folks who benefited from home buyer education programs, and we think it's an incredibly important function and probably should be funded. I would quickly point out that a funded housing counseling program would be an ideal partner and help facilitate the Sunny May program that is proposed here to acquire or to allow for the repurchase of homes that are vacant because of foreclosure.
Want to switch to the Rural and Urban Community Fund. We support the governor's proposal to provide $17 million in funding for this program, and just in terms of the rural portion of this, the priority of the executive was to use portions of this program to fund the federal rural rental housing portfolio to rehabilitate it, and it's a very high priority activity, and we support the continued funding for rural rental housing. But we'd also like to see an additional fund set aside to support mixed-use developments with affordable rental housing, including commercial use and public spaces and in revitalized communities. We'd like to see it then increase to $25 million if possible from the $17 million that was allocated and suggested in the existing budget. The governor also proposes to fund Main Street at $4.2 million for the next fiscal year. And if you're familiar with this program at all, you know that that these funds go to downtown, and they not only leverage private dollars for investment in downtown buildings, but also provide a catalyst for additional investment in these downtown areas. We think the program should receive an additional $2.5 million. We think that can be easily spent and absorbed. The other thing I want to talk about is the proposal to use settlement money to increase substantially the Access to Home program and the Restore program. We support those increases. They're used to supplement program funds from the general fund, and they provide housing rehab service. Access provides like $25,000 per unit for adapting an existing home to accommodate accessibility needs of a low-income person that allows households with disabled members, including veterans, to successfully continue to live in their home. And Restore is intended to provide funds to support emergency repairs to housing that's occupied by seniors with limited resources. So we support those programs.
And although they are incredibly successful programs, they have become more and more challenging to operate in recent years as a result of regulatory overlays. It began some years back with federal programs and the highly critical issue of lead contamination of many of the older homes that this rehabilitation work, that our rehabilitation work undertakes. That has just incrementally grown over the years, and while we have a nice open channel, dialogue with HCR staff at this point, talking about how we can sort of manage this, what feels like bureaucratic creep. It's not going away, and it does cost money. It makes these projects more expensive to deliver, and as appropriators and program managers, we would like to remind you all of that, and hope that you will take that into the increased cost of delivering programs into consideration as you design funding schemes. I thank you, Senator Young. Apparently, some of our members who live in your district bend your ear on similar topics. There is, again, sort of unavoidable lengthening of time and payment of vouchers through these programs. Small contractors really cannot afford to wait. Small contractors will not continue to work for you if you can't pay them in a timely fashion. So small not-for-profits are left to figure out how to bridge these, what is now sometimes 4 to 8 week reimbursement period. We, again, would like some consideration of that challenge, and our suggestion might be the CDFI fund increment that is contained in the JP Morgan Chase fund settlement funds would be a good place for a sort of dedicated program to provide bridge funding for not-for-profits who deliver state-funded programs. So that when the Restore program, one of the things that we talked about in the past, both the cost of delivery of Restore and the cost of the projects that we undertake have all grown. Last year, you in budget language, increased the per unit cap to $10,000, up to $10,000. The agency chose to reset that to the $5,000 level. Our members are frustrated that you can't replace a senior citizen's worn-out roof for $5,000. It no longer is sufficient, and we would encourage you to sort of support that at least $10,000 per unit threshold in the Restore program. The Housing Trust Fund program is at 35 years old. It continues to be a monstrously productive program, has produced by leveraging federal low-income housing tax credit and the state tax credit, has succeeded in leveraging huge amounts of housing. However, in the communities that we operate in, scale becomes an issue. Investors and developers prefer to do tax credit projects of some scale. The cost of doing these projects is expensive. The risk of investing in kind of the weaker markets that some of us inhabit does not draw investors. We'd like to encourage you to consider a $12 million set-aside from the Housing Trust Fund to provide small project funds. This would be projects in the past when we've done this, they've been 12 units or less without tax credits, and again, allow rural and small communities to develop sorely needed rental housing without using the complex tax credit. We're delighted to see that HHAP is again funded at $63 million. We were impressed, actually concerned, I think, when HHAP's budget was doubled in last year's budget process. We were really pleased, although some of our colleagues who expected to submit applications were not as pleased to find that HHAP had committed all of those funds in about 6 months, have funded good $63 million worth of great projects in a very short period of time. We think that there's sort of a waiting list for additional projects, so we expect next year's $63 million of very important HHAP funding to kind of roll out the door rather quickly.
And finally, I just wanted to mention another problem that we think could be addressed, and that is infrastructure that supports housing, particularly sewer and water. It's a growing problem in rural communities, and in the past, New York funded an infrastructure development demonstration program to provide additional infrastructure costs for rental housing, and it demonstrated its effectiveness, and we believe it should be available for single-family units, for homeowners, for mobile homes, as well as rental units. We urge the governor and the legislature to devise a funding stream to support the development, repair, and replacement of privately operated infrastructure, including private septic systems and wells, and $2 million would support 200 units for safe, decent, and affordable housing.
With 40 seconds on the clock. Thank you.
37. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions? Senator?
I just have one, well, I don't know if it's a question or not, we'll see what comes out. The part of the monies that you're receiving are from the settlement of the lawsuit. And it helps to support rural and neighborhood preservation groups for 3 years, correct? The only concern I have, that's great, but I don't think we'll get another $5.5 billion settlement in year 4. So I guess it's just a comment. I'm just cautioning. I understand you don't care where the money comes from. If you need the money, you got to use the money. But my concern would be that we may be automatically having a hole in year 4.
We've taken the position, I'm sorry, Nancy, that this is one-shot money. And so in the initial conversations we've had with the agency about their intentions, and nobody seems very clear about exactly how we will handle it, it needs to be addressed as one shot. That's the reason I think we're asking for an additional general fund add to the program, because we kind of would like to see this resource made available in a manner that would build capacity for the long term and help strengthen and raise levels of sophistication of organizations for the long time, and recognize that this is not an ongoing.
And is this settlement money going to be used for capital projects, period?
It's not clear. It would seem that it would be for program activities. It might be for organizational infrastructure type. You know, this may be an opportunity for organizations to update their IT equipment, for example.
Yeah, but that would be a capital expense, I think,
yes.
upgrading it. But I'm just concerned that you might try to fund some administrative costs out of that money, and it won't be there.
Yeah.
I think it would be a great place to look for funding for the capacity building, using both coalitions to provide training for a lot of those NPCs and RPCs out in the field who are maybe, it's a different generation, need to learn how to do development again. So.
Okay.
It's one shot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, hold on. Mr. Mosley. To close, open and close.
That's a real cool question. I recently read an article where a lot of New York City residents have been moving up to the Catskills. And I know that your projections deal with what you're looking at now in terms of the caption. But are you also looking at an anticipation of what's taking place in the downstate region and the shifting of population from the urban communities to the rural communities? And then likewise, can you kind of talk about, I know you talk about the one-shot deal, but have you considered ways in which you would leverage that one-shot deal so it's just not a one-shot deal going forward?
Well, again, I think that our sort of expectation is the one shot is used to develop capacity and sophistication that will support the program down the road. So again, the kind of hope is that we get, you know, a bang out of this that reverberates down the road. Nancy may want to speak to the issue of that sort of migration up the river, but we began to see this a decade ago. It's had an impact on housing markets and market prices and the availability of housing for lower income people who are squeezed out by newcomers who actually have cash to pay for houses. So we've seen it.
But it points to the importance of maintaining the flexibility of these programs so that communities can respond to their own needs. And when they see changes in population, there are other rural areas that are closing their schools and churches and thinking they're going to close the doors. So there's a whole range of needs in rural and all of New York. And I think it just shows how important it is to make sure that the programs that we have that work well maintain their flexibility so that we can respond to these varying needs. So, but it's an interesting thing to watch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, Paula Gilbert, Executive Director, Neighborhood Preservation Coalition of New York State, 10:15 a.m.
I know how to read it.
Why do you write Tom when you know?
I need something to make me cry.
You're hallucinating if you actually start the name believing.
So I guess I'll start with, I took this job last week.
Take it closer to your mouth.
Okay, up, and the light's on. Okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Paula Gilbert, and I am the Interim Executive Director of the Neighborhood Preservation Coalition of New York State. I would like to thank Chairman Farrell, Chairman DeFrancisco, Chairwoman Young, Chairman Wright, members of the Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means Committees, and distinguished members of the legislature for the opportunity to present this testimony on behalf of the Neighborhood Preservation Coalition of New York State and its membership comprised of over 170 MPCs, LDCs, and CHODOs. The 144 MPCs in New York State play a vital role in revitalizing New York's neighborhoods and communities through the Neighborhood Preservation Program, providing funding for these housing programs such as the NPP and RPP, Main Street, Urban Initiatives, Homes for Working Families, the State Low-Income Housing Trust Fund, AHC, Restore, Access to Home, and others are an effective and efficient economic investment in New York State. We request that all of these programs are fully funded at amounts higher than last year's appropriation by legislative ad, especially in light of the bank settlements, providing us a great opportunity to right the wrongs of those wrongly foreclosed upon in this state and to help alleviate the affordable housing crisis in New York. We would like to thank the governor for his continued support. The NPCs continue to provide services to achieve housing stability and improve our communities. The most economically efficient way to end homelessness is to prevent its occurrence. In this regard, NPCs serve more than 10,000 people in housing counseling workshops, and more than 14,000 tenant evictions were prevented. Almost 5,000 people attended the foreclosure workshops where homeowners were assisted with debt consolidation and credit and mortgage counseling. The NPCs also manage more than 5,000 affordable housing buildings throughout the state. In doing so, the NPCs have achieved the following goals within their communities: the provision of physically decent and safe housing, building residents' wealth, social integration in a larger community, urban vitality, social engagement, institution building, and efficient use of public funds. NPCs are at the forefront of preserving affordable housing for New Yorkers. The NPC's activities also include rehabilitation and development projects. These successful capital projects mean much more than just improved homes. They preserve an existing housing stock, increase the available affordable housing stock, stabilize residential neighborhoods, remove and redevelop blighted and substandard properties, revitalize and strengthen neighborhoods, and create jobs. Through new construction, over 2,000 state residents have become new homeowners or renters of new apartments, and there are many new development projects in progress. The NPCs facilitated over 10,000 home improvement and 1,500 substantial rehabilitation projects. Rehabilitation and development projects create employment opportunities that offer a living wage for local residents and a new generation of homeowners to invest in local goods and services while increasing the tax revenue to municipalities. All of these improvements to the community through revitalization, rehabilitation, and new construction of homes and commercial areas and neighborhoods throughout New York would not be possible without the work being done by the neighborhood and rural preservation companies. I'd like to briefly focus on some of the great work the NPCs are doing across the state. In Buffalo, the Lieutenant Colonel Matt Urban Human Services Center of Western New York in East Buffalo has opened Hope Gardens in December 2014, a revolutionary 20-unit new construction project housing chronically homeless women. A chronically homeless person is defined by HUD as an unaccompanied adult with a long-term disability who has been homeless for 1 year or more, or has experienced 4 episodes of homelessness in a 3-year period. Chronically homeless women have unique needs different from chronically homeless men. While men may do well in a dormitory setting, women do very poorly in this setting and do not respond well to institutional controls. Many of these women have experienced physical and sexual abuse and suffer from PTSD and other mental illnesses. Instead, a home-like setting where they can have their own personal space is vital to the success of a program. Each of the 20 women who call Hope Gardens home has her own fully furnished studio apartment that features kitchenettes, showers, laundry facilities, and a courtyard garden to provide women with a comfortable place to recover from homelessness. The architect incorporated design features to assist with the recovery from homelessness, such as walled-in gardens that allows residents to safely sleep outside if they would like to, a common recovery mechanism of those who have experienced long-term homelessness. Other design features include communal spaces like a library, lounge, and community garden or community kitchen to encourage social interaction. Supportive services for these residents include a series of interactive programs, including art therapy, poetry classes, a women's kitchen, yoga, and music and aromatherapy. They also have a licensed social worker on site trained in trauma counseling and mental illness to help treat patients in the space they choose. In East Harlem, El Barrio, Operation Fight Back, has been partnering with other organizations to combine resources and creatively overcome challenges in the production and preservation of affordable housing in a neighborhood experiencing the pressures of gentrification. In a partnership with an organization known as Art Space Projects, El Barrio has undertaken a historic rehab project to convert an abandoned public school building located at 215 East 99th Street into an arts facility. PS 109 now contains 89 units of affordable live-work housing for artists and their families, along with a 3,000 square foot resident gallery and 10,000 square feet of non-residential space for arts and cultural organizations on the ground floor and lower level. Due to New York City's high rent crisis and the shortage of affordable housing, this development helps remedy the challenge of providing affordable housing and workspace to artists in East Harlem. By supporting these artists, the building helps maintain East Harlem's rich cultural heritage and artistic excellence. ArtSpace has also reserved 50% of the units for current residents of the El Barrio neighborhood to help the community retain its traditional and valuable Latino identity. And finally, in Syracuse, there are over 4,000 veterans living below the poverty line. The demand for healthy, affordable housing for veterans in central New York is very high. Housing Visions is currently addressing this demand by providing affordable, sustainable housing to veterans. Van Kuren Square opened in May, replacing a vacant and deteriorating building with high-quality, affordable housing for homeless veterans. The majority of tenants were referred by the VA, which provides 25 housing vouchers lasting 15 years. The building contains 44 one-bedroom apartments and 6 two-bedroom apartments. Building amenities include training and educational rooms, a computer lab, a community room, exercise facilities, and a property management office. It is now home to more than 50 veterans with physical disabilities and those with hearing and vision impairments. The Syracuse VA also has 2 Veterans Affairs caseworkers on site for counseling and support and provide on-site supportive services to the tenants. The building is within walking distance of area hospitals, colleges, schools, commercial services, and employment opportunities. The project fits in with Housing Vision's goal of providing affordable housing while revitalizing communities. In conclusion, while we recognize that the New York economy is steadily improving, there's still much work to be done. We hope that the legislature will once again take a leading role to fund all of the capital programs, as well as fully fund the NPC and RPC network of community-based groups that are working to alleviate the state's housing crisis and revitalize New York, like the groups I've previously mentioned. Thank you all for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the neighborhood preservation companies.
Thank you. Questions?
Senator Kathy Young.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert, and it's great to have you here today. I know you're interim of the organization, and so you're pitching today. But I wanted to let you know that our office likes to keep in touch with all the different housing groups, and so don't hesitate. In fact, I would encourage you to drop by my office so we could sit down and chat. You can meet Teresa Rossi, our housing counsel. You can talk about your different ideas, needs, concerns, that kind of thing. Okay?
Great.
All right.
I took this job a week ago, so it's
I know you're kind of
a little crazy.
Right, right. Well, thank you again. So I look forward to getting together, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Blake.
Oh, don't go yet. You have another question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Assemblyman Blake.
Don't run from us. We could be helpful now. Just wanting to get your perspective. There's obviously been proposals in the budget about expanding resources that go out to different nonprofits, CBOs, et cetera. Advantageous to your nonprofits? How do you plan on actually doing the outreach for more CBOs and nonprofits to become part of the process if this were to be approved within the budget?
There are a lot of groups that have actually approached the coalition over the past couple of years, expressing interest in becoming neighborhood preservation companies. So it would be taking a look at the need in terms of what the economics of each neighborhood is like and having a conversation about it. But especially with Superstorm Sandy, we found that there are neighborhoods that aren't being, that don't fall into catchment areas of other service areas. So other NPCs have stepped in to help people outside their area. But we would definitely have to have a conversation about how we're going to reach out and get the ball started on including more groups.
No more, Senator.
Questions, Senator?
Nope.
Ms. Walker.
Hello. Well, let me just say that it is my, I want to say maybe 4th week.
Oh, so you're new like me.
So we're together at least on that and really just trying to do what we can do to keep hope alive, I guess. So I'd like to know perhaps a little bit more of a breakdown regarding the services you provided, your organization provides. I know it's a coalition, but I was looking through and I see a very wide net of services. And so I'm very concerned about eviction prevention, which is something that's very rampant in eviction in my community. And also a little bit about the foreclosure prevention that I've heard you mention. So if you can help me with the breakdown as it relates to the neighborhoods or areas or organizations, so just a little bit more of what comprises of your coalition.
Okay, so the coalition itself, we mostly provide technical assistance to the 144 NPCs around the state. So these are neighborhoods. The groups have neighborhood areas that they provide different services to. Each group is a little bit different than other ones. Some focus more on property rehab, others tend to focus on tenant advocacy. So it's a little bit of a mod podge of a lot of different activities going on. So mostly what we do is try to get everybody on the same page, and obviously we do the advocacy side of things. But now I'm trying to think. So it depends on the neighborhood and it depends on the group. However, some of the service areas do overlap with others, and we do have in a lot of urban areas where the group's service areas sit right on top of or right next to each other. So usually if one can't provide some kind of service, they usually know another group that could step in and possibly serve those people. Does that answer your question?
I think we can talk a little bit further offline.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Judy Kennedy, Vice President, Enterprise Community Partners.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the housing programs included in the 2015-2016 executive budget. My name is Judy Kennedy, and I am Vice President and New York Market Leader for Enterprise Community Partners. At Enterprise, we work to bring opportunity to low and moderate income people through safe, quality, affordable housing in diverse, thriving communities. Since our New York office opened in 1987, we have created or preserved more than 49,000 units of affordable homes for 114,000 residents and committed nearly $3 billion in equity, grants, and loans to community development projects in New York State. Despite the sizable investment by Enterprise and our partners, New York is in the midst of a full-blown housing insecurity crisis. In New York State, there are more than 80,000 homeless individuals and families. Hundreds of thousands more are one unexpected event away from losing their homes because they pay more than half of their income on rent, on housing. The costs of housing insecurity are staggering. Homelessness costs the state and local governments billions of dollars in temporary shelter, emergency room visits, and other social services. The typical family in New York City shelter stays for more than a year at a cost to taxpayers of about $40,000 a year. That doesn't account for the indirect costs of letting a child grow up in a shelter, from poor health outcomes to demand for additional educational services to increased chance of ending up in foster care. The solution to housing insecurity is affordable housing, and we know that that is a smart investment. Affordable housing brings jobs and other forms of investment to neighborhoods. For every 100 units of affordable housing financed through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit program, there are approximately 122 local jobs created in the first year and 30 jobs annually. These units also bring $7.9 million in local income in the first year and $2.4 million annually. And they generate $441,000 in local tax revenue annually. It is for these reasons, the growing housing insecurity crisis and the multiplier benefits of affordable housing, that I urge you to continue investing in affordable housing. We join with many advocates today to call for increased funding for the New York 4 Supportive Housing Agreement and the State Local Income Housing Credit Program known as SLIC. The executive budget includes $66 million to create a New York 4 Supportive Housing Agreement. Supportive housing, which combines affordable housing with services for households with the highest barriers to housing, like mental illness and addiction, has been shown to save taxpayers over $10,000 per year. We are pleased to see a proposed new agreement between the state and localities to produce permanent housing and services through the creation of New York 4. However, The proposed 5,000 units statewide is much, for over 5 years, is much too small to meet the need. In New York City alone, there are nearly 60,000 people sleeping in homeless shelters each night. Currently, only 1 in 6 qualified applicants for supportive housing finds a home. The proposed production levels represent a decrease of 1/3 over the number of units produced under the New York 3 agreement. Enterprise is joined by hundreds of affordable housing, supportive housing, and homeless advocates in calling for the creation of 30,000 of supportive housing units for New York City over the next 10 years, 15,000 of which should be new construction units. Just as important is a capital need to construct these units for the ongoing services and operating support necessary to keep residents stably and safely housed. The current proposal cuts the support from the state on operating and services significantly. We ask that this be rectified to ensure units needed for supportive housing stay supportive. New York State's low-income housing credit is an invaluable tool in creating affordable housing and leveraging private dollars from public investment. We support the proposed increase in funding for SLIC in the executive budget to $16 million for 2015 and 2016, and are asking for an additional allocation of $150 million over the next 5 years. We need this program to be long-term, allowing deals times to come to fruition while the funding source is secured. SLIC is currently oversubscribed 4-to-1 and is a flexible financing tool. Affordable housing units financed through SLIC can house families with up to 90% area median income. What this means in practical terms is that SLIC allows us to do 2 things that are incredibly important. First, reaching slightly higher incomes than traditional affordable housing creates housing for middle-class families. Second, the slightly higher rents from these units cross-subsidize other units, allowing us to provide more housing for extremely low-income households. Both types of housing are desperately needed in New York State. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Senator Jesse Hamilton.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your organization, Enterprise. I just have a quick question. You're asking for $150 million over a 5-year period?
Yes.
And one thing I'm advocating is affordable ownership rather than affordable housing. In the long term, with market values of housing going up, generation wealth transfer to the next generation rather than renting for 40 years and then at the end of that you have nothing to show for it. Do you have a component for affordable ownership in housing?
For Enterprise or for our proposal today?
For anything in particular. I mean, do you foresee in your organization a component of having affordable ownership housing?
We certainly have invested in projects that have an ownership component, yes.
Okay. You're Mrs. Judy Kendi?
Kendi, yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kendi.
Thank you.
Assembly? Aye. Prerogative. Hi, Judy.
Hi.
So the state budget increases the funds for state low-income housing credit program by $16 million. What was it in previous years?
I don't have that number exactly here, so I'm not sure.
Okay, but we don't know. I was looking through the testimony of HCR, and I think they're all gone, so I can't ask them. I didn't see a lined out amount. Maybe somebody else who knows text me or something. But you're asking for $150 million more over 5 years. We'll assume some even distribution. Do you know how big a growth that would be in the funds available for these kinds of programs?
I think it would be, right now the program is 4 times oversubscribed, and so it still doesn't fully meet that need, but it's a reasonable increase to try to get us to where we need to be in terms of having the impact.
And it's a tricky question because obviously there are different costs for housing in different parts of the state and different size units, but is there an average cost per unit of the kind of units that are brought online because of the state low-income housing credit program?
Do you mean for the area median, what area median income or the
No,
actual?
you're up to 90% AMI, right? You're eligible?
Yeah.
Well, what is the cost of a unit to be built in this program?
I can
estimate?
get back to you on it. I think it varies, but I don't know the average cost across the
Okay, if you
state.
could, because I think we all are struggling with also understanding, is the state really putting money in, or are we moving deck chairs on a Titanic? And what is the bang for the buck, so to speak, in different housing programs for creating new units? I think Senator Hamilton's question reflected, you know, are some programs available for home ownership, and at what cost? Are these programs clearly inadequate for the kind of rental housing that I believe has had I think the value added when you put the state money in is fairly enormous about generating new jobs, generating ongoing revenue, and you referenced some of that in your testimony, but trying to understand, you know, if there were 150 million more available over 5 years, how many additional units throughout the state of New York do we believe could be brought online in some reasonable time period?
Absolutely. I'll get back to you. And kind of from a philosophical component, I think it's a really valuable tool because the federal tax credit really only allows you to get to that 60% AMI. And so it's a unique tool. People don't just sort of land at that exact number. And so it's a very unique tool. And New York State is really, I think, cutting edge in terms of having something that allows this income blending and allows you to hit both the extremely low income folks as well as the working class.
And I appreciate that. That's why I said it was a trick question.
Yeah.
And again, also, I think you know and I know, but maybe everybody who's listening doesn't know, usually when somebody's attempting to do any kind of affordable housing, it's not one funding stream that is used to pay for the entire cost. So it's even an unfair question to ask, how many new units do we get if we have 150 million? Because nobody would use exclusively the SLIHC funding for a unit. It would be leveraging all kinds of other funding.
That's a great point. It is often coupled with multiple other sources, including low-income housing tax credits.
But you get the gist of the questions. I'm looking for more information on.
And we can definitely get back to you with that information. It's a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jolie Milstein, President and CEO, New York State Association for Affordable Housing.
The governor's office contacted me several times. They wanted to change the health committee in the health meeting because the commissioner was ill and he had to go to the hospital. I said, well, there's no freaking way to do it.
Remind me to
I
push
just
this.
don't want to go because it's
All right.
inconsistent, you know. Otherwise, they'll be on me saying I'm an asshole.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing related to the executive budget. My name is Jolie Milstein. I'm the president and CEO for New York State's Association for Affordable Housing, NYSAFA. We are the trade association for the industry, and it's statewide. Our 350 members include not-for-profit, for-profit developers, lenders, investors, attorneys, architects, and others active in financing, construction, and operation of affordable housing. Together, NYSAFA members are responsible for most of the housing built in New York State with federal, state, or local subsidy. You've heard the stark situation for affordable housing. Officially, New York State has a vacancy rate of approximately 4.6% for rental housing and 1.9% for owner-occupied housing, both of which are well below the 5% threshold for which a municipality may declare a housing emergency. You've heard from my colleagues the rent burden, and I can support that in addition to saying that of the 3 million households that exceed the affordability threshold and are paying more than 30% of their household income for housing costs, more than half of those are paying more than 50%. We are truly in a crisis
here in New York State, and that crisis is growing. The 2015-2016 state budget provides a unique opportunity, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to address the growing need and demand for affordable housing through a significant one-time appropriation of funds, available in part from the recent bank monetary settlement with the state, estimated at more than $5 billion. It is important to note that the overwhelming balance of those funds resulted from enforcement of bad acts associated with mortgage foreclosures, and we believe that a substantial portion of those settlements should be invested in affordable housing programs where there is a clear nexus with those harmed by the bad acts and the beneficiaries of the appropriation. We applaud Governor Cuomo's proposed housing budget, especially his commitment to use a portion of the settlement funds for affordable housing programs which have and will create thousands of new, critically needed affordable housing units, as well as promote economic development in New York State. We are especially supportive of the governor's proposed $50 million for low and moderate income housing construction and rehabilitation, and believe his proposed appropriation is an important commitment. We would like to see this new mixed income housing program encourage buildings to serve families with a range of incomes, contributing to the financial health of buildings over time, as higher rents for moderate and middle income units help cross-subsidize rents for very low income households. Because existing housing incentives are so restrictive, there's a significant need for rentals at lower and higher area median incomes, and the new program should serve hard-to-reach moderate, middle, and very low-income households. Mixed-income housing can also be a powerful driver of revitalization and economic diversity within neighborhoods, and our members build these projects across the state. Whether it's in Rochester or Harlem, we see our members building projects that reach difficult AMI bands down to 15% and up to 195%, something that we need to do more of in this state. We believe there's unprecedented demand for low and moderate income housing, and this demand requires a greater level of funding. We've consistently advocated for a $500 million program, and we urge the legislature to work with the governor to achieve this level of funding in the 2015-16 state budget. NYSAFA commands the governor for the $183 million appropriation for settlement monies to fund 5,000 new supportive housing units across the state through New York 4 program. These funds are an important first step to meeting the housing needs of New York's most vulnerable residents as the New York 3 development pipeline comes to an end. Today, there are over 60,000 people in homeless shelters in New York City and an additional 20,000 individuals in shelters across the rest of the state. In order to address the growing need for supportive housing, NYSAFA supports an expansion of the New York 4 commitment to 30,000 units of supportive housing, including 15,000 units of new construction over the next 10 years. NYSAFA supports a proposed funding for several key existing housing programs, including the Homes for Working Families program, the Rural and Urban Communities Investment Fund, and the Low-Income Housing Trust Fund. The governor would fund these and many programs through mortgage insurance fund reserves. Given the availability of the mortgage foreclosure settlement funds, we would urge the following programs be supplemented in a one-time basis. The governor has proposed $8.5 million for the Homes for Working Families program, which provides gap financing through low-income loans for new construction or rehabilitation of affordable housing. It's designed to leverage resources by supporting projects financed through tax-exempt bonds and 4% low-income housing tax credit. NYSAFA urges the appropriation be supplemented by $35.5 million. The Urban and Rural Community Investment Fund, a program championed by NYSAFA 2 years ago, would enhance support for mixed-use development in urban areas and rural affordable housing projects built to the scale of smaller communities. A $17 million appropriation is proposed, and we urge the appropriation be supplemented by an additional $3 million. NYSAFA further urges amending the cap for the SLIC state low-income housing tax credit, which is currently oversubscribed 4-to-1, to enable HCR to offer an additional $150 million in tax credits over 5 years. Each of us know and appreciate the importance of affordable housing in terms of providing safe and stable affordable housing to New Yorkers. Beyond this most fundamental of needs, however, affordable housing is also a significant economic driver, and leverages private dollars massively to accomplish these goals. Accepting and enhancing the governor's commitment to funding the housing programs would represent a landmark achievement in the state's goal of building and preserving affordable housing for our neediest citizens. It's also an investment that will create jobs and provide an economic rate of return that further benefits our local communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your consideration of NYSAFA's comments and 2015 priorities, and we welcome any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Assemblyman Wetburn.
Ms. Milstein, I think you were here for the enterprise testimony right before you.
Yes.
And they made reference to the same request for an additional $150 million in tax credit over 5 years.
Yes.
Are they part of your association, and was this a
We
joint?
collaborated, and you'll hear this reiterated and echoed in several of my following colleagues' testimonies.
Okay. I think Senator Krueger started this line of questioning, but I'm just curious where that number comes from over a 5-year period as opposed to, you know, an annual increase or, you know, increase on need. I mean, it seems to be, you know, a figure taken, you know, is there some basis
Yes.
in reaching that $150 million over 5 years? Not
Yes.
over 3 years, over 10 years? How much per year?
Last year, I believe it was $8 million was the expenditure on this, was the increase. We heard that, we understand the oversubscription to be 4 times the current funding level. In last year's budget and this year's allocation to be spent is $16 million. So we felt that by increasing the annual SLIC expenditure to $30 million over 5 years, that $150 million over 5 years would really anchor this program and make a really significant contribution and make a change in the need at that income bands.
Okay.
This is a tool that doesn't exist across any other funding platform and is unique, I think, in the United States in its ability to address a cross-section of income levels within a single project and is extremely valuable.
Yeah, but why over 5 years?
I can't, why did we come up with 5 years?
Hi, I'm Jim Walsh. I'm with Manat, Phelps & Phillips, and we assist NYSAFA in their government advocacy. $150 million over 5 years, frankly, was just a recognition that it's a large sum of money to try and appropriate in year one. Certainly and it's a revenue adjustment. It's not really an appropriation, as you probably know. Our thought was certainly it could be built into the financial plan over 5 years, but recognizing all that money won't be spent in year one, and that's why it has to be allocated over a multi-year period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions on this side? To close, Ms. Walker.
I'm
sorry. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I won't hold that against you, Chairman Farrell. So thank you so much for being here, and I commend you for all of the great work that you do, and especially for your advocacy for the Rural and Urban Community Investment Fund. That was a great victory. And it's great to see that the projects now are starting to come together and start to be produced. I really like your proposals, and one that stands out to me is amending the cap for the state low-income housing tax credit. And as you know, I have a bill also that would provide for a refundable tax credit. Could you give your thoughts on how that would benefit more affordable housing to produce more affordable housing?
Do we have a comment on that? Can you give any specifics? You know, I don't have any specific examples at the moment where I can illustrate the benefit of this, but I'm happy to get back to you with some specific examples of how effective this is.
Right. Well, I think the more that we can maximize these tax credits, the more projects we can see occur. So I just wanted to bring that up. But congratulations again on all that you do, and I think we'll have another very productive year. There's several things in the budget, as you pointed out, that are very beneficial. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Okay.
Assemblywoman.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I guess this is more of a concern than a question, but I'm very familiar with your organization and the great work that it does in terms of providing housing in many low-income communities. But one of the concerns that many of my constituents have is, from your testimony, you used statements like housing emergency, housing crisis, people living in units where rents are above affordability, they're paying 50% or more of their income for housing. And we utilize these numbers to say we need more affordable housing, and then once they get built and many of your subsidiaries receive the projects, then it becomes, oh, you have bad credit, you can't move in here. Oh, you've been arrested, you can't move in here. Oh, you've had previous eviction cases against you in housing court, you can't move in here. Many of them don't hire locally as it relates to the creation of the housing, and then as it relates to some maintenance and different things moving forward. There's a lack of community participation. Like most of the times we have to beg them and shake them to say, at least talk to the community boards or talk to some of the community groups. So a huge concern that I have is always, you want to do the right thing because you know that affordability is a serious issue. But when it comes to practicality, it's like we still find ourselves having to battle with these organizations, although they're using a particular population in order to get the appropriations that they seek. So it's weird to me how I can say on the one hand, these communities need help because of these particular reasons, and then use those reasons against the community for pushing them out of access to the apartments.
NYSAFA members have a very strong commitment to not just build housing, but build communities. And as Senator Young mentioned, we were instrumental in putting in place funding for specifically that, to build housing that builds communities by addressing needs in smaller, outside of New York City, rural and urban areas that hadn't had any resources for building communities that addressed affordability especially, and integrated services like clinics and supermarkets in those housing facilities. NYSAFA has a very strong commitment to hire locally and to respect communities when we come in and build projects. And we have a project called Building Skills New York that actually works with communities to get into those places and hire locally, not only to build the buildings and work on the construction site, but also to be hired as porters and ongoing. All of our developers are very sensitive to hiring practices from within a community, and to the extent that we can be there and create jobs on site, not only during construction, but long term. That is one of our platforms and a commitment of all of our members.
So I'll just say that, I look forward to a continued dialogue with you on many of the organizations and affiliates who may have that as an aspiration, but in practice, we could, work together to make sure that that particular dream gets realized. So thank you for your time.
I look forward to working with you in the future, and welcome.
Thank you, Senator. No, we have Mr. Blake, Assemblyman Blake.
Good afternoon. Two very quick things. First, just wanting to get more specifics in terms of your portion about mixed income housing. Agreed that a lot of times it doesn't happen the way it needs to because of inadequate resources. Do you have specific ideas or proposals that need to be implemented to actually have this take off in the same way the Erie Harbor development and others succeeded? Trying to figure out how to take that to scale in other places. And then second, we haven't talked about this much today, just getting your recent perspectives around Section 3 with HUD. A lot of times there's obviously opportunity that should be happening, not just in the affordable housing component, but also the job hiring component, and just getting your perspective on how to be better about that for us for enforcement and also the application of it.
I have no experience with Section 3. Do you have any? I can't speak to Section 3. I can get back to you. I'm sure a number of our members will have comments on that, but that's outside my particular experience. And I'm sorry, your first question was?
Getting more specifics in terms of how you would propose us going about trying to implement the mixed income housing vision that was alluded to in a more
Yes.
scalable manner.
Yes, in fact, we've spent a lot of time working with the agencies and trying to model different income bands and the revenue streams. It's complicated but incredibly important work, and it's very different modeling depending upon rents and where in the state you're putting this project together. But all of our developers have formed a task force to try and help model those programs so we can leverage the funds as much as possible with private investment and other sources to make sure that those multi-income band projects serve a diverse group of residents in each community. And again, each community across the state is a different set of opportunities and challenges. So we are actively working with the state agency to try and provide the private sector input to how best to craft that program.
Would welcome the opportunity to see what practices you all are thinking about relate to the Bronx especially. So would welcome that follow-up after this.
Presents a great opportunity, and we look forward to working with all of you on that.
Thank you.
Senator Krueger.
Hi, thank you. Assemblymember Blake's questions triggered one question by me. So NYSAFA serves large numbers of low-income people through your programs. There's a specific problem we are seeing in New York City of something called tenant blacklisting, that if you've been living somewhere and there's any housing court case that may have been you against your landlord or they against you, their names go on lists, and many people in real estate will no longer rent to them. Do you ensure that your members don't follow that practice of not allowing people who show up on tenant blacklists?
I have no knowledge of this problem, but I will take this back to our membership and get back to you on our endorsed policy to that.
Appreciate it, because basically the lists are sold. It doesn't say what the reason was or what the issue was. It's simply you're on a list, and so people won't let you be an applicant for the housing. And yes, we've got mind-boggling numbers of people applying for every possible unit, and I appreciate your highlighting in your testimony the very disturbing recent experience of 1.5 million applications for 2,500 subsidized apartments, which is
it's frightening.
Beyond
it's
people's
not
even
comprehensible.
comprehension. But I would also hate to imagine that people desperate for housing who would be very good tenants don't even get the opportunity to get considered because this sort of insidious system has been exploding, at least in New York City. So I appreciate your getting back to me.
I'll look into it. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
concern.
Thank you very much. To close, Assemblyman Keith Wright, Chairman Keith Wright.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. Ms. Milstein, good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Mr. Walsh, good to see you as well. NYSAFA is very much a needed organization, and you and I, we've gone back and forth many times. We've testified, we've had meetings. And as Senator Krueger said, I mean, in New York City in particular, we have such a dire housing emergency. The one thing, if you had one thing on your Christmas list, if you had one thing to wish for to help alleviate this crisis, what would it be out of this state budget?
I think I would have to say the $500 million for the mixed income, because I think there is nothing now that allows us, as you well know, in a neighborhood where the area median income is not at a place that allows most of those residents in a neighborhood to afford market rate housing. The gap is huge, and we need to be able to find subsidies that can build rental properties that address higher than a 60 or even a 90% of AMI. market rate is 250% of AMI in many parts of New York City, I think. And we just, we need more tools to accommodate both those very lowest end and people who are our teachers and our firemen and people who take care of us in the city and have good paying jobs, but still are priced out of living in New York City. And it's very tough with the current programs to address those housing needs. And I think that with this mortgage settlement money, we have a real opportunity to set a precedent and craft something that'll uniquely address some of these housing problems.
I'm sure we'll be talking more at a later point, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Hamilton.
No, but I was to close. Oh, I don't like being followed. I thought to close.
Sorry about that, Keith. That's a quick question. You mentioned that to build affordable housing, it's 250% of the AMI?
I'm sorry, I don't know. What I'm saying is that a market rent apartment in Manhattan, as you know, in the Upper East Side, if it takes, if you're earning $100,000 a year, and that's the AMI, and that's the average AMI, to pay 30% of your income towards rental means that you'll pay $30,000 a year for a family of four. That won't even get you a studio apartment in Senator Krueger's neighborhood. It would probably be 4 times that amount to be able to rent a studio on the Upper East Side. So you can see how big the gap is between the area median income and 30% of that, which we consider a reasonable rent, versus the housing stock and the escalating prices for rent in New York City. Certainly 195% of AMI would begin to address, some of the household income's affordability range.
So what's the price per square foot to build affordable?
In New York City
let's say
or
in
across
Brooklyn,
the state?
in
I
Brooklyn.
would say in New York City, a non-prevailing wage project is probably between $225 and $250 a square foot, construction cost.
Right, no land acquisition, just construction.
Not land. That doesn't include all the soft costs and pre-development and everything else. That's really just to build the building. And those numbers, because of this, the building boom, are going up monthly because of just the lack of people available to build the buildings in New York City. We have a housing boom. We have a construction boom. And so numbers continue to rise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Branca, Deputy Executive Director, Supportive Housing Network of New York.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Branca. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the Supportive Housing Network of New York. The network is a statewide membership organization representing the nonprofit developers and social service providers that provide 48,000 units of supportive housing for people across New York State. Supportive housing is permanent, affordable rental housing tied to social services, and it's the most cost-effective and humane way to provide a safe, stable home for homeless individuals and families living with disabilities and other barriers to finding and maintaining housing on their own. The people who come to live in supportive housing, when left homeless, cycle in and out of much more expensive emergency care, like shelters, hospitals, prisons, and psychiatric centers. I know this came up earlier, but we can't underscore this topic enough. It costs up to $1,000 a day to leave somebody in a psychiatric hospital, 20 times the amount it costs to put somebody in their own home in supportive housing. We've had dozens of studies across the country that have shown the cost savings of supportive housing, including one most recently in New York City, which showed that per tenant per year, the city and state saved $10,000, and that was after netting out the cost of the supportive housing. My testimony today is focused on the homelessness crisis in New York City and how we can target resources to help mitigate this crisis. I'm heartened that I am probably the 12th person to bring that up today. I didn't expect that when I wrote my testimony, so thank you to everybody who beat me to the punch. As folks have already said, last night there were 80,000 New Yorkers across the state who didn't have a home. While not everybody who is homeless needs supportive housing, it has been proven to be the solution for people who are living with disabilities and are chronically homeless. Again, I just want to join the chorus. The gist of my testimony is around the need for a New York 4 agreement. So I will stand with my colleagues and say that we need 30,000 units across the state, 20,000 new construction, and we are asking for 15,000 in New York City and 5,000 of that upstate. And I want to thank the administration for seeding this new agreement in his executive budget. Senator Young, I also wanted to address your question from many hours ago on substance abuse. In New York 3, of the 9,000 units that created, 1,500 of them were dedicated for people with substance abuse. And as the network has gone around and asking its partners, what do we need in a new agreement? Everybody says more units for people with substance abuse. So we hope that the administration's also hearing that and that will be included in a new agreement. And that's partly why we're asking for such a big agreement. And we have 80,000 homeless people. We're asking for 30,000 units. And that doesn't even include the people exiting prison without a place to go, youth aging out of foster care, people exiting drug rehab. So I just wanted to mention that while I had the microphone. I don't want to be repetitive from everything that's been said today around New York, in support of housing, but I do want to make a few points about what else supportive housing does in addition to saving taxpayer dollars and ending homelessness. Supportive housing creates jobs. I know that all new construction creates jobs. We estimate that New York 3, with its 9,000 units, created 20,000 construction jobs. But what supportive housing also does is create jobs for social service workers and property management. And so in addition to all the construction jobs, we've created 2,000 jobs for people in the community, caseworkers, porters, property management. So we'd like you to keep that in mind as well. Supportive housing also grows the stock of affordable housing. Most of our supportive housing is built in this integrated model. So for every 60 units of housing we create for people who are homeless, we create another 40 units for low-income people of the community, making 60% of AMI. So again, while we've created these 9,000 units in this most recent agreement, we've also created what we estimate to be 2,400 units for low-income people in the community. Supportive housing is also shown to increase property values. The Furman Center at NYU did a study in 2008 that looked at every single supportive housing residence that had opened in New York City and found that property values actually went up when you had a supportive housing building on your block. And my last point on this topic is that supportive housing leverages a ton of private investment. The New York 3 alone, we estimate, has brought in $1 billion in private equity into our neighborhoods. And so we obviously want to keep that going, and it's why we're asking for a large commitment. I want to talk now about what this will cost the state and say that funding a capital program for 20,000 units over 10 years is actually within the state's reach. If the current funding programs at HCR, OMH, and HHAC are kept at their most recent levels, we only need a tiny increase in the housing subsidy and tax credit allocation to make this work. We're also hopeful that the National Housing Trust Fund money that should be coming from Washington next year, we're hopeful that the state will use this to support a New York 4 agreement because the money is specifically targeting people at 30% of AMI, which is exactly our population. And our initial estimates is that that would bring $16 million in capital to the state. We want to echo the request today for this increasing SLIC. That is not something that the supportive housing community has used much because it's 90% AMI, but as we are able to do some income averaging with that, it allows us to have integrated buildings, and so we can access that if there's more of it. And if there's more SLIC, then that might free up more 9% tax credits for our buildings. So we heartily endorse that request today. I also want to point out that a 20,000 unit statewide initiative will require a significant increase in operating and service funding. But if we plan this out with reinvestment planning, that we should be able to get supportive housing paid for by itself in the out years. I'm happy to talk more about that, but I think people understand reinvestment, and we're saving so much money in psych centers and hospitals and so on. And part of why, so we talked a lot about why we need to grow the amount of supportive housing in the governor's initial announcement, but I also want to point out why we're asking for 10 years and not 5 years. Partly, we don't want to have to come back every few years and have this full-on offense about needing more funding. But it also takes a very long time to build supportive housing in New York City and around the state, to site the housing, to finance it, to develop it. 5 years is not going to be 5 years. So this isn't actually 5,000 units over 5 years. It's going to end up being 7 or 8 years when all is said and done. Something that hasn't come up today is around supportive housing is Section 8. Supportive housing, the cost of running supportive housing could be dramatically decreased if more of the state Section 8 went to supportive housing. And by dramatic, I mean a 25 to 50% decrease in the operating costs if we were able to bring in more Section 8 into these buildings, project-based Section 8. And lastly, I just want to conclude by leaving you with an example. I know Ms. Gilbert, who I haven't met yet, gave a really thorough and outstanding job describing supportive housing, but I also wanted to leave you with an example in the Bronx. A couple years ago, when HCR was first given with the state Medicaid funding, MRT, to use as capital funding, they gave $2.6 million to the Housing Collaborative and Volunteers of America to build a 66-unit building. And what that did is it leveraged, again, significant private financing, but it also brought in the Office of Mental Health, who could provide mental health services into the building, and the VA, so they're now able to house homeless vets in the building as well. And that just opened. I don't have they're doing an opening soon, and I'm happy. Anybody who wants to go to the Bronx, I'm happy to send you the invite. But it was just especially nice that over this holiday season, they happened to open their doors in December, and they were able to house 75 men, women, and children who were in the shelter system and put them right into their own homes. So with that, I'll end. Men, were they invited? Yes, men, women, and children. I kind of slurred that.
Thank you. Questions? No? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Walker.
So one of the, and this is very quick. So there are lots of supportive housing in the district that I represent, particularly Brownsville and East New York. And one of the situations that we see is most of the units are one bedroom or studio. And I'd like to just add to all of the great work that your organization and affiliates are doing, that you consider more family-based supportive housing as well.
We would love that. In fact, the Supportive Housing Network and our colleagues have asked for both more family supportive housing and youth, who have largely been left out of a lot of the supportive housing initiatives over time. So thank you for that.
Senator Krueger.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. And I, too, am glad that everyone's talking about the New York 4 agreement and the fact that 5,000 units over 5 years is just not going to do it in the state. And I also appreciated your testimony highlighted how much money we save when we can provide a supportive housing unit. Senator Young and I are in complete agreement. You need to have the services for special needs populations tied into the housing. Otherwise, you sort of flunk both tests. For some people with substance abuse problems, mental health, HIV, other categories of people who are served. There's also a desperate need for more senior housing for poor, frail elderly, where, at least in New York City, they could get on a waiting list for senior housing that maybe they would get called up when their grandchildren are eligible for senior housing. I'm just wondering Do you know approximately how big of your supportive housing network population is actually seniors? Because we are seeing growth in all the different categories.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't have the answer for the 48,000 units, how many are seniors, but I do know that in the shelter system in New York City, there's, I think, 22 or 23% of the singles in the system are seniors. So I would expect that our population would mirror that.
Because you talked about some examples of, instead of a psychiatric unit, prison is the other alternative housing
shelter.
model we seem to use for the mentally ill in New York City, perhaps throughout the entire state. The homeless shelter populations are beyond, I think, most of our comprehension. But I know when I have to deal with a senior facing eviction with no other options but shelters or hospital placement to nursing home, guess what? We're going for the hospital placement to nursing home because telling an 89-year-old disabled woman, get yourself to a shelter, is the equivalent of ordering them into a death penalty situation. And the costs for hospitalizations and nursing homes for people who just need a safe place to live and some services is also, I think, bankrupting our state. So I don't really have a question as much as I think it's really important for everyone in the legislature and the governor's office to understand we're paying a really big price through a whole series of different budgets for not making the investments we need to make in much more cost-effective, much more humane programs such as supportive housing. So.
I'm sure you meant an 89-year-old woman or man.
Yes, of course I did, although for whatever reasons, a lot of the men are dead before they get to my office. I don't know why.
There's a good reason.
I will say, even though that wasn't in the form of a question, I will say that the Supportive Housing Network is very much aware and of the overlap with very low-income seniors who need services and supportive housing. And so some of our members, the Wish Fish, Project Find, Catholic Charities, have always focused on senior supportive housing. And we are talking to the city right now. They're going through a massive rezoning and talking about how we can structurally make it more, have senior and supportive housing zoning be more compatible so that we can do more of that mixing and allow for the services to help both the supportive housing tenants and seniors.
Senator Hamilton, to close.
Yes, I wanted to commend you, Ms. Branca, for your work in the community for supportive housing. And my question is, we have a lot, I'm from Brooklyn, Crown Heights, and we have a lot of supportive housing in Crown Heights, and more than our fair share. And what we find out is that we had a moratorium on supportive housing because we found out that the more affluent neighborhoods are not having their fair share of supportive housing. So what you do have, you have an oversaturation in low-income neighborhoods for supportive housing. Some people say you might want to keep someone close to home. My recommendation, if you put someone in an affluent neighborhood, upward mobility, they can aspire to be something higher in life. So I just want to make sure, get your opinion, how do we spread supportive housing throughout the state and not just focus on certain neighborhoods?
Sure. So, in fact, this is a little unknown fact that Manhattan has by far the most supportive housing, largely on the Upper West Side and Chelsea, some over on the Upper East Side, in Harlem, I mean all over, because it originally started as sort of an SRO conversion program. Okay. So, but I do understand in the Bronx and further out in Brooklyn, there's been a lot of construction over the last few years. So I do concede to that point. There's been more recently. I mean, supportive housing is good for neighborhoods, so we try, I mean, to talk about fair share is challenging on that note, but to answer your question, I would say subsidy. It's, you know, it's getting quite expensive to build, and so if we had more subsidy, we could afford to build in some of the higher cost neighborhoods.
Okay, I'll talk to Senator Krueger on how she deals with the supportive housing issue in her neighborhood, and thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
I can't help but ask this. In your report, you talk about we have determined that 15,000 units in the city, 5,000 everywhere else. Who is we that determine that?
Sure. So the Supportive Housing Network represents 200 nonprofits. So we've worked with our membership to develop that number, and we work with Enterprise and Coalition for the Homeless and Corporation for Supportive Housing, a number of groups that.
And how many of those 200 groups were from New York City? What percentage approximately?
Sure, I see where you're going. So many of them are New York City based, but I will say that the reason why we came up with the split of 50,
you're not answering the question. What percentage?
half of our membership is in New York City.
Are upstate? Okay,
and half
good.
is upstate.
Now,
Long Island.
why the disparity in number of houses needed? What methodology did you use to determine 5 for the rest of the state and 20,000 for the city?
Sure. So there's
or 15,000 for the city.
Right, 15,000. So there are a few factors. One, at the most basic, is that 3/4 of the homeless live in New York City. So that is proportionate. But we also want to be reasonable with our ask, and we know that New York City has the Housing Preservation and Development and New York City Housing Authority, which has the Section 8 and the development budget to help finance those units. And if we got 5,000 units outside of New York City, that would double what's currently being produced.
Okay, and do you have any kind of document in which you calculated based upon the number of homeless and the like, the 5 to the 15?
Sure, I'm happy to get that to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly Smith, Vice President, Governmental Relations, Harlem United.
I understand that.
Be careful, you.
I understand that. Just
Hi, good afternoon.
Because Rockefeller tried to do that.
So thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Kimberly Joy Smith, and I am the Vice President for Policy and Advocacy at Harlem United. Harlem United is vastly experienced in providing critical health, housing, and human service to people with multiple needs. We have about 625 units of supportive housing. We see nearly 3,000 individuals through our primary care visits at our federally qualified health care center. We have adult day health service, mental health programs, harm reduction, community-based outreach, and preventive screenings. And through these programs, we're really able to what I consider level the playing field for more than 15,000 New Yorkers each year. Many of these New Yorkers are dealing with multiple chronic issues. They are homeless or unstably housed. They're living with HIV, hepatitis, and we pretty much serve New York's most vulnerable. We are, for many, the service provider of last resort. So we applaud the legislature for maintaining current funding levels for supportive housing, and we certainly want to acknowledge the support of our own Assemblyman, Keith Wright. And we know that there's a crisis. I won't, while it bears repeating, that there are 80,000 homeless in New York State, and that the crisis that we're facing has never been greater. But what I'd like to do in the few minutes that I have today, my testimony is really talk about the importance of supportive housing as a means to end AIDS and eradicate poverty. So you've heard today by the colleagues before me that supportive housing is a relatively low-cost intervention of providing housing combined with patient-centered care that links high-needs individuals and families with health, behavioral health, and support services. And I just want to say that Harlem United knows this firsthand. And we see firsthand that supportive housing can reduce the number and length of hospital stays, the number of emergency room visits, the number of psychiatric hospitalizations, et cetera. And we know that housing is health care. In my material, you'll see a visual representation of what we call the treatment cascade. And that's really that reaching HIV-positive individuals with routine testing, linking them and retaining them in care to achieve a suppressed viral load, which in turn brings health benefits for the individual person and dramatically reduces the risk of transmission to others. This is what we call the treatment cascade. Our New York 3 program, which we've had since 2009, I believe, has shown tremendous success in improving this cascade. Viral suppression for the clients in New York 3 from 2011 to 2013 nearly doubled. More than 90% of our tenants in this program in December, just this past December, were linked to care, and 67% are virally suppressed. It followed that in the year prior, 84% of our housing clients had at least one primary care visit every 6 months. So we know that supportive housing saves lives. The governor's ambitions and recently announced Bending the Curve initiative, which is his plan to end AIDS by 2020, coupled with the state's housing resources, provides for us an unprecedented opportunity to support and grow the state's investment in supportive housing, thus moving us toward an end to AIDS and an eradication of poverty. And so you have my testimony before you. Some of it reiterates what's been said, but it basically falls in 3 areas. One is to reinvest in human services, including supportive housing. We know that healthcare, housing, and supportive services are necessary variables in the equation to eradicate poverty. The governor's $50 million proposed investment toward nonprofit infrastructure is inadequate and represents little more than 10% of the bank surplus that we've talked about. Harlem United urges that this investment be significantly bolstered to support nonprofit infrastructure and human services, including housing. The second, as we've heard, is we want to, again, join our colleagues at the Supportive Housing Network of New York and many others before us to urge an expansion of New York 4. We know that without a robust commitment to create more supportive housing, New York runs the risk of curtailing the very progress we have made with the New York Agreement in the years past. And so we are supportive of the ask for 20,000 new units across the state. In addition, the appropriation of New York City for homelessness services is a step in the right direction, but more is needed to truly address the homelessness problem. A one-time commitment to build supportive housing must come with an ongoing commitment to provide for the services and operating funds necessary to make affordable housing truly supportive and successful. And the last area I want to address is this notion of the possibility of ending HIV/AIDS in New York State by 2020 and eradicating poverty. As a member of the governor's Ending the Epidemic Task Force, which recently completed its charge to deliver a blueprint to end AIDS in New York State by 2020, Harlem United wholeheartedly endorses the housing recommendations that were approved by the task force. And these include, but are certainly not limited to, providing statewide access to enhanced housing, transportation, and nutritional assistance for low-income HIV-positive individuals, regardless of their AIDS diagnosis, in social service districts across the state. Making the 30% rent cap affordable housing protection available statewide, including affordable housing protection for rent-burdened people living with HIV on SSDI as a bridge to work for low-income people living with HIV, and expanding housing options for homeless youth, including LGBT youth, and the ask is $4.7 million annually. So in conclusion, we know that New York has led the nation in demonstrating that supportive housing is the permanent solution for homelessness and other housing instability. Harlem United values the critical role that the legislature plays in this effort. You are true partners, and we urge you to continue to invest in and elevate supportive housing as a means to these ambitious but reachable goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I'll see you back home.
Thank you very much.
I'll see you back home. Thank you.
Rachel Fee, Executive Director, New York Housing Conference. And next is Shelley Nortz, and then Ariadne Rizzi and Susan Kottner. If you all come down, you can do it so we don't have to.
We'll be quick.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Fee, the Executive Director of the New York Housing Conference. The New York Housing Conference is a broad-based coalition, and we are in our 42nd year of advocating for decent, safe, and affordable housing for all New Yorkers. Housing affordability continues to be a critical issue in our state. Each month, many families and too many seniors are forced to make tough choices between paying for the necessities such as food and medicine or for the roof over their heads. Nearly 3 million households in New York are financially insecure in their homes, paying over 30% of their income on housing costs, meeting the federal definition of rent burdened. In New York City, the affordability crisis is real. 1 in 3 residents pays more than half of their income on housing. Affordability is also worsening. Since 2005, the median gross rent increased by almost 11% after adjusting for inflation, while the median household income of renters rose by a mere 2%. Underscoring the severity of the affordable housing crisis is New York State's shameful distinction of having the second highest rate of homelessness in the country. More than 80,000 New Yorkers are homeless, including 25,000 children who sleep in homeless shelters this night. The cost to taxpayers far exceeds $1 billion. This money could be better spent on affordable housing solutions. In addition to our growing homeless problem, we also must prepare for our aging population. 1 in 5 seniors in New York lives in poverty. By 2040, we will see a 40% increase in elderly households. In New York City, the senior population is projected to grow to 1.4 million residents. Today, too many seniors are already struggling under the pressure of rising rents. Even for seniors living in rent-stabilized housing, affordability is an issue. A shocking 65% of single elderly households in rent-stabilized units pay more than half of their income for gross rent. Our state must prepare for this shift in demographics and the ongoing issue of affordability by investing in affordable housing for seniors. Our state's public housing inventory is also in need of a capital infusion. The New York City Housing Authority alone estimates $7 billion is required for needed capital repairs. Public housing is a statewide resource that should be valued. Repairs required to maintain safe and decent home must be provided to its residents. While demand for affordable housing is overwhelming, solutions are within our reach. Communities that prioritize affordable housing profit in so many ways, with improved education, better health and prosperity of their citizens, and greater economic opportunities. Affordable housing is an engine of employment and a force for economic growth in which public investment leverages private capital many times over. Now, in this favorable interest rate environment, is the time to invest public subsidies to maximize private dollars leveraged. We applaud Governor Cuomo for increasing funds for affordable housing in his proposed budget by $32 million, and for allocating a portion of the bank settlement funds to address housing needs. In New York State, we are fortunate to have a comprehensive set of affordable housing finance programs that work effectively. Programs like the Housing Trust Fund, the Affordable Homeownership Development Program, Restore, and Homeless Housing Assistance Program, which have been around for decades, continue to be in high demand and produce quality, affordable housing, while creating jobs and stimulating local economies. Programs such as Home for Working Families, Rural and Urban Communities Initiative Fund, Main Street, and Access to Home have also been highly successful and have made a tremendous impact in the communities that have been fortunate enough to benefit from them. These programs should all be continued as per the executive budget proposal. We also support the governor's call for the creation of the Rochester Anti-Poverty Initiative, which we believe could be replicated in other cities or counties to learn new ways to coordinate resources, integrate services, and develop more flexible funding arrangements. We support the governor's call to establish the Office of Faith-Based Community Development Services to assist organizations to deliver services to their neediest residents and combat the root causes of poverty. We support the governor's call to create the Nonprofit Infrastructure Capital Investment Program as a way to support nonprofit organizations and encourage smart development in a $50 million initiative. We urge the legislature to work with the governor to achieve additional funding in 4 areas of critical need to address our state's housing crisis. Number 1, invest $1 billion of settlement funds in affordable housing. Much of the settlement funds originated from fraud and abuses in the mortgage industry, which devastated individuals and neighborhoods. It is only fair that these funds should be used to provide relief to homeowners and blighted communities impacted by the foreclosure crisis. An investment should be made in creating new affordable housing opportunities for families in need. We strongly urge for an expansion of the governor's proposal that $440 million of the $5.4 billion of settlement funds be allocated to housing programs. We recommend that no less than $1 billion should be set aside for New York State Affordable Housing Capital Fund, creating a revolving fund for affordable housing investment. Number 2, enact a new statewide New York supportive housing agreement. We applaud Governor Cuomo for proposing a new statewide supportive housing initiative to be launched this year. However, the governor's proposal for a 5,000-unit program over 5 years must be expanded. 15,000 new construction units are needed and 5,000 units upstate over 10 years. Substantial investment in a large-scale production program is required to get our growing homeless problem under control. Investing in supportive housing is money well spent, as you've heard here today. Each unit of supportive housing built under New York 3 saved taxpayers a net average of $10,100 per resident per year. Since much of the savings will benefit the state, requirements for matching service funds from localities should reflect contribution levels similar to prior agreements. Number 3, increase state low-income housing credit cap. We urge amending the cap to $150 million over the next 5 years to better meet demand for this program, which provides for variation of income levels in affordable housing. The program can achieve cross-subsidization of rents, which can be beneficial for very low-income units, affordable to seniors and other populations. SLIC is an effective financing tool that can strengthen the quality of our affordable housing development projects and our neighborhoods. Number 4, preserve public housing for future generations. We urge the legislature to work with the governor to create a partnership between New York State and public housing authorities to preserve and modernize the state's public housing before it is lost. Work with localities to jointly commit $200 million annually in capital funds over a 10-year period to enable NYCHA and other public housing authorities across the state to catch up with their mounting backlog of infrastructure improvements. The state should also reinstate operating funds to state-financed public housing units and provide NYCHA with adequate shelter allowance rates. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony on behalf of the New York Housing Conference.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Rachel Fee, Executive Director, New York Housing. That's what I just, whoops. Do it again. It was so good I wanted to hear it twice. Shelley North, Deputy Executive Director of Policy, Coalition for Homeless.
Good afternoon and happy birthday, Chairman Farrell.
Hey, how are you? Been a while.
I'm not going to read my testimony. I'm going to go through a number of illustrations in my testimony. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Policy with the Coalition for the Homeless, and I'm going to just wait until the testimony is in front of you so you can actually look at the graphics. And I'm going to principally talk about the homeless program in the governor's executive budget proposal. And I'm going to start with asking you to look at the first graphic, which shows the number of people in New York City homeless shelters having risen to over 60,000 men, women, and children. That's a 47% increase since 2012. And the trend line is really troublesome. So unless we do something to address that trend line, it's going to keep rising. And despite the more recent efforts on the part of the city and the state to begin to invest in some programs, we have not brought them to scale by any stretch of the imagination. I'll ask you then to just recall that the presentations we've heard from the executive and repeated by many people in recent days would have you believe that we've got $403 million in new homeless investments in this budget, or $183 million for a New York 4 program. And what I'd like to do is walk you through the numbers graphically so that you understand that that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about smaller investments than that, and we are talking about amounts of money that are spread out over as many as 5 years for programs, many of which are pre-existing programs. And so I think as Senator Krueger has been asking the last couple of days, there are programs that are being moved off of the general fund and onto the J.P. Morgan fund. They're pre-existing programs. They're being spread out over several years. They do not constitute new programs. And so the first table in my testimony shows, in fact, that the New York Program is not $183 million, it's not $116 million, it's $66 million spread over 5 years. And it is the sole new program in the $183 million pot. The other 3 programs consist of the HASA rent cap, which is maintaining the capped state contribution to that purpose at $9 million per year. That's what it was last year. The next 3 years are funded at $9 million apiece for $27 million in that program. The OMH enhanced rent allowance, this is the rent subsidies that are provided for the 12 to 13,000 supported housing units in the OMH portfolio. Last year, they were given an increase of $550 per unit per year. This year's increase is $750 per unit per year. Again, a pre-existing program for $50 million spread over 5 years. The last is the state share of the pre-existing New York City rent supplement program called Link One, Living in Communities. This one is the one that is provided for homeless families with children that are eligible for TANF, I believe. So it previously had been funded out of the TANF block grant, and for a period of 4 years, retroactive to July 1st, 2014, will be funded at varying amounts. I think the first year is $3 million retroactive to 2014, and then $5 million, and then it will go up from there. This is not to say that these are not worthy investments. These are worthy programs, but they are not an expansion of services to homeless people. And that's the thing to be really clear about. This sole new program in this package is for the New York 4 enterprise. And to just illustrate where that investment leaves us, I've plotted New York 3 and the campaign for New York 4 against a chart that looks like this for the governor's program. And it just shows that the New York 4 effort for New York City, the units that are set aside for New York City, fall short even of New York 3 on an annual basis. We've confirmed that these beds are going to be spread out over 7 years, so the money is over 5 years. But the first 2 years are only the scattered site units because it takes, as I think my colleague Nicole said, 2 to 3 years to actually develop the brick and mortar units. So we're not going to see occupancy until year 3 at the earliest, and I'm advised that the plan is for the last of the units to be occupied at the end of year 7. We echo the request for a greatly expanded effort. I've attached the campaign for New York housing request with its 200 organizational supporters to my testimony, and we've sent the governor a letter asking that he amend the budget in the 21 or 30-day amendment process to match the effort. I will note that the mayor of the city of New York has allocated a very substantial supply of supportive housing in his 10-year housing plan, 12,500 units over 10 years, of which I understand 7,500 units are available for a New York 4 agreement. We certainly would like to see the state match every single one of those in order to make a real and significant effort. So we thank the governor for initiating the program, and we look forward to increasing it. The remainder of my testimony consists of a number of recommendations that we first reviewed when the Assembly held the homelessness hearing late last year, so I'm not going to repeat all of them, but they're there for your perusal. With the exception of one of them, I don't think we've seen these increases reflected in the executive budget. But I will also just highlight one of them at the end because it's a tricky one, and I know I've been in to speak about this with Senator Krueger's office. The disability rent increase and senior citizen rent increase exemption program income limits that were enacted both in last year's state budget for seniors and subsequently by chapter for people with disabilities expire in 2016. And they're not really a kind of subsidy that can be raised to that level and then reduced again without causing a major housing crisis for a lot of people. So we are recommending early action to make those income limit increases permanent in state law. And also just want to advise that there is a bit of a trick to that because the law I believe it's associated with the rent laws that expire in June, there is a reversion clause in these statutes that takes over unless it's extended in June. And so it's a tricky bit of bill drafting to have sunset dates kind of crossing over each other. But we're working on it, and we'd be happy to work with you on making sure that we don't have a lapse in that. And then lastly, I would just point you to the last illustration in my testimony, which spells out exactly how much money is planned to be spent out of the J.P. Morgan fund and also the New York City mandate relief that's replaced with a new mandate to show how much money is projected to be spent in each of the next 5 years where we know it. One of the other numbers that had people scratching their heads was how do you exactly come to the notion that we've got for this year a $50 million increase in homeless spending? And that's actually explained in the first column under 2015-16. It's $1 million for New York this year, $2 million next year, and then up from there. And then it shows how the pre-existing programs are pegged at their annual amounts for the next few years. And then the $18 million that's projected to come from New York City's reinvested savings. That actually adds up to $43 million, not 50. They rounded it up after they included the retroactive amount to July 2014. So that's how we got there. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were taking notes on what we need to do next for you.
Yes,
Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Adam Frizio, Manager of the Governmental Affairs Center for Disability Rights. I've seen you before, 2 days ago.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do see something once in a while.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the Joint Committee. I will, you have my testimony in front of you, so I will be brief. I will be as brief as I may.
Can you bring the microphone a little closer?
Yes, ma'am.
All better.
All right. My organization is the Center for Disability Rights, and we are a disability-led organization that we do service and advocacy. We advocate for the complete integration of people with disabilities into our communities, participating on an equal basis with everybody else. I'm here to talk about affordable, accessible, integrated housing. I'm here to urge you to make affordable, accessible, integrated housing a priority in all housing programs in the state. And the reason for this is that demand for affordable, accessible, integrated housing is going to go way, way up in the next few years as a result of two programs or policies that are sort of converging. And the first of them is the governor's Olmstead Plan, which comes out of the Governor's Olmsted Commission and was created to increase opportunities for independent living for people with disabilities. The Olmsted Plan calls for, among other things, the Department of Health to transition 10% of the long-term nursing facility population into home and community-based settings over the next 5 years. Based on the 2013 population, that's approximately 1,800 people per year for 5 years. So demand is going to go up. People are going to need more accessible housing that's accessible to people with mobility impairments and other impairments. At the same time, the other policy is the Community First Choice option, which New York has selected but has not yet implemented. This is a federal funding mechanism through Medicaid that draws in additional funding for long-term services and supports to people living in home and community-based settings. My organization estimates that this program has the potential to draw in between $299 million and $439 million annually per year into the Medicaid budget. And we would encourage the legislature to make it a priority to include accessible, affordable, integrated housing in order to maximize that draw and to use some of that money to maximize that draw. So I want to talk about people with disabilities because we are overrepresented in among low-income people, among people who need affordable housing. And the wait times for anybody who needs affordable housing are long, but if you need a special subset of affordable housing which is accessible to you if you have a mobility impairment, let's say, the wait times are even longer, which means that you're back in an institution which at great expense to the state and in violation of your civil rights under the Supreme Court's Olmsted decision. So we want to encourage you to require as much housing as possible, potentially all housing, to be accessible to people with disabilities. We encourage you to restore full funding to the Access to Home program. The Access to Home program is created to subsidize accessibility modifications for homeowners and renters. It was originally funded at $5 million. That funding has been reduced over the years to $1 million. It's $1 million in this year's budget. And at $5 million, it was already not enough. And at $1 million, it's certainly not enough. There is a provision in, it's not in the Article 7, but it's in one of the appropriations to fund access to home at $19 million specifically for veterans with service-related disabilities. And it's our belief that veterans with service-related disabilities have access to programs through the Veterans Administration, specifically the Specially Adapted Housing Grant and the Special Housing Adaptation Grant, which do the same thing as access to home. It's our belief that the $19 million would not be touched because veterans are going to go through the VA and not through New York's Access to Home program, and so we would like to see that addressed. Finally, we believe that housing must not be linked to supports and services. And the reason for this is that linking housing to supports and services undermines the autonomy and dignity of the tenant by placing the tenant's housing status in jeopardy if they refuse to receive services. So we encourage the creation of housing where services can be provided but are not linked in terms of the lease. And the reason for the state has a financial benefit to delinking services and supports from affordable, accessible, integrated housing, which is that under the Community First Choice Act, home and community-based settings, which are the eligible settings for the additional funding, supportive housing settings don't qualify unless the tenant was given a meaningful choice whether to receive those services in a supportive housing setting or in a non-supportive integrated housing setting. And so if they're in the absence of affordable, accessible, integrated housing settings for people to receive services and supports without it being linked to their lease, without them being at risk of being evicted if they don't want a service, don't need a service, don't trust an attendant to provide the service. Without that, the tenant is not given a meaningful choice, and the funding dollars under Community First Choice are not eligible. So I encourage you to make affordable, accessible, integrated housing a priority for all people with disabilities in New York. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take your questions.
Senator Krueger.
Just on that final point, so you've been sitting here today, so you know that there's millions of people desperate for housing in New York State, and we talk about a whopping $32 million increase in money for affordable housing. So I'm just going to take the leap that there isn't going to be the choice available for large numbers of people, as you just described. The law that you're referencing, does that mean they actually couldn't have supportive housing if that's the only option available in a community?
My understanding is what I was referring to is eligibility for the enhanced federal funding under Community First Choice. The setting in so Community First Choice gives the state extra funding to provide long-term services and supports in home and community-based settings.
And how much per person do they give us?
It's 6% in addition to it's 6 percentage points on top of the federal Medicaid allocation, which in New York is 50%. So it would go from 50 to 56%. In order for a setting to qualify as home and community-based under CFC, the person has to have a meaningful choice whether to bring in their own services or receive services. I'm doing this wrong because I don't have the regulation in front of me, but so the issue in this case is that it's in the financial interest of the state to maximize situations where people have that meaningful choice so that we can receive that 6% extra on the supports and services.
So it gets us a 6% extra, I get that point, but we may be between a rock and a hard place as far as actual multiple options. Again, I'm not saying I don't think it's possible. I'm saying I know what I see every day with demand versus supply in any kind of housing and for folks.
Sure. I think how I would characterize what I'm saying is that I'd like the committee to be aware of a carrot that's out there at the federal level.
Got it. I just wanted to
Not a
clarify
stick,
that.
a carrot.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your name was on the speaker list yesterday. You were replaced by two able disabled people from Buffalo. They did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testifying today.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I didn't know you.
No. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to comment on the portion about access to home. And I agree with you that $1 million is not enough. It's always oversubscribed because it's such a popular program. And you may know this, but this has always been one of the Senate's priorities, and it's where we negotiate in the final budget with the Assembly and the Governor to get more access to home funds included. So I just want to let you know that we will be prioritizing that again this year. We believe very strongly that we should help people with disabilities to be able to have access to their own homes and have the retrofits that are necessary. I do want to let you know, though, that the Homes for Heroes program is also a very important program to help our veterans returning home. So I think that there is room, especially this year, to be able to have substantial and appropriate funding for both programs.
Thank you. If I can respond, I want to be clear that it's emphatically not my organization's position that disabled veterans should not receive access to home-like services. Simply that we feel that there's maybe a misallocation in terms of the need.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
we agree with you that access to home needs more funding. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Susan Kotner, Chairperson of Advocacy, Coalition for Excellence and Homeownership Education, to close.
Thank you very much. My honor to close. And thank you for your attention. I really appreciate your commitment to housing issues. And I want to speak to two missed opportunities in the J.P. Morgan settlement funding. And I'm going to do it from two different hats, okay? So I'm going to start with the Coalition for Excellence in Homeownership Education. The J.P. Morgan settlement funds are to be used to avoid preventable foreclosures and ameliorate the effects of the foreclosure crisis. And I question whether or not that's really what's being done with this money. What we're asking as the coalition, we're a coalition of 50-plus housing organizations that provide housing counseling to first-time home buyers, to folks who've been the victims of Sandy scams and frauds, and to folks who need post-purchase education to remain smart about credit scores, maintaining their home so that they can continue to live in an affordable home and location. So what we're asking for is $8.2 million in one-time funding for a 3-year program that would fund housing counseling. Again, the main focus of it is to help get first-time home buyers smart about the home buying process, understand what credit scores are all about, and get millennials back into the housing market. They've been scared away, they're not prepared, and this is the money that is needed to help them be successful and avoid foreclosure. So again, very consistent with the settlement funds. So the second program I want to talk about is a different hat, and that is as my role in doing community development work here in Albany. If you just look down the hill at Arbor Hill, Sheridan Hollow, the South End neighborhoods of Albany, you'll see that redevelopment has not been occurring, that these are neighborhoods severely affected by the foreclosure crisis. And conventional programs do not work. Tax credit programs do not work in these neighborhoods because of the housing stock we have here in upstate. So again, we encourage the HCR to develop a rental rehab program that works for 1- and 2-unit properties. We encourage a relook at the way that the governor is planning to use the Regional Economic Development Council money in a contest to do development projects. That money really needs to be devoted to rebuilding neighborhoods. That's what's going to create jobs and more stable housing. So we encourage you to, as the Senate and Assembly, to look out for those and look to rebuild the programs. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Oh, question.
Oh, question, I'm sorry.
Just want to say thank you, Ms. Kotner, for your presentation. And home ownership is something that is very dear to me, especially affordable ownership. And I will be contacting you to see how we can work together. And I also want to thank the chair, DeFrancisco, and Ms. Ranker, Liz Kruger, and Ms. Young, and Mr. Danny Farrell for making this a great experience for me. This is my first time doing the hearing as a senator. It was a learning experience and an enriching experience, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Thank you. We are closed
For
till
the-
Monday at 9:30.
I think so. Should state for the record, this is hump day.
Yeah.
This is hearing day number 7, and we got 6 left, just so you know.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.